Cabinet members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. Jamaica's parliament was involved in establishing the country's national anthem. Is this true or false? Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. Under statements by ministers, Minister of Justice Delroy Chuck is down to make a statement. Under public business, Minister of Tourism and House Leader Edmund Bartlett will close the sectoral debate. The Independent Commission of Investigations Act and for connected purposes is to be taken. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures are also on the agenda for the August Town Zone, Greenwich Town Zone, the Denham Town Community Zone, the Mount Salem Community, the Norwood Community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Gardens Zone extension of period of operation number 3 order 2023 resolution is to be tabled and taken. And the law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Savannah Lamar Zone extension of period of operation number 3 order 2023 resolution is to be tabled and taken. Under government business, the Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, is to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Leprosy Act now be read a second time. The House is to continue at committee stage its deliberations on a bill entitled An Act to Repeal and Replace the Customs Act and Provide for Connected Matters. The Minister of Finance and the Public Service is to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Registration and Regulation of Companies that Operate and Maintain Segregated Accounts and Incorporated Segregated Accounts and for Connected Matters now be read a second time. Under the questions and answers to questions segment, Member of Parliament Dr. Angela Brown Burke asked that the Minister of Education and Youth, Fayval Williams, indicate the status of the National Unattached Youth Program, the NUYP, that is offered by the Heart NSTA Trust, in light of the importance of skills training programs for at-risk youths, especially with the additional negative impact of COVID-19. If the NUYP will continue, would the minister indicate A, the provisions that will be made in the upcoming budget to facilitate it, B, the arrangements to ensure that proposals by members of parliament will be facilitated, and question number 3, if the NUYP is not to be continued, would the minister provide an update on the program for unattached and at-risk youth that was to be funded by the European Union and any other program intended to address this? Notice was given on Tuesday, March 28, 2023, for Member of Parliament George Anthony Hilton to ask the Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, would the minister indicate whether he and or the ministry has entered into a contract or other arrangement with Garbage Disposal and Sanitation Systems Limited or a related entity for the sale or purchase of lands in Riverton St. Andrew? The agenda also notes that the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Trust and Corporate Services Providers Order 2022 is to be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session, here are some things you need to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false, Jamaica's parliament was involved in establishing the country's national anthem. It's true, and let me tell you, a lot went into it. In September 1961, it was announced that the competition for the words of the national anthem would be judged in the first instance. The successful script would then be published and a contest for the music put in train. Nearly 100 entries for the words were received, and it was subsequently announced on March 17 that the competition for the words of the national anthem would close on Saturday, March 31, 1962. A joint committee of the Houses of Parliament was responsible for making the final selection. Members remained divided between two possible choices until Thursday, July 19, 1962, when the large majority of the House, after eager debate, approved the resolution which was put to it, and the version previously heard in the lobby was selected as suitable. The anthem is the creative work of four persons: the late Reverend and Honorable Hugh Sherlock, OJ, OBE, the late Honorable Robert Lightbourne, OJ, the late Mapletoft Poole, and Mrs. Poole, as she was known then. You should know that all persons should stand at attention, heels together, at the playing of the national anthem, and men should remove their hats. Think about these things the next time you sing or stand proud to pay homage to Jamaica's national anthem. Now over to the proceedings.
Mr. Morgan, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Mean, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Miss Smith, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henry Kitts, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Dr. Brown Burke, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Vaz, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
Members, once again, it gives me pleasure and it is my honor to welcome everyone to the sitting of this Honorable House this evening, Tuesday the 20th of June, 2023, when we will have the conclusion of the sectoral debate. I would like to extend a special welcome to those joining us via the various social media platforms, and I also want to include persons watching us on the PBC TV. So we look forward to an interesting afternoon this evening. House Leader.
Madam Madam Speaker, I, as is customary, join you in welcoming members to the sitting today. And in keeping with the tradition of the continuation of the sectoral debate, and today being the closing of it, I beg to move that the agenda items ahead of public business be suspended so as to allow for the closure of the sectoral debate. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that the items on the agenda be suspended and we go immediately to the item public business, where we will have the closure of the sectoral debate. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is tasked to me Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, to stand before you to close the sectoral debate for the fiscal year 2023-24. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is a privilege and an honor to undertake this responsibility. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the government to all those who dedicated their time and energy to contribute meaningfully to this debate. We have examined numerous pressing matters that demand our attention and action in this deliberation. We have discussed the need for comprehensive healthcare reform to ensure the well-being of our citizens. We have deliberated on strategies to foster sustainable economic growth and create employment opportunities for our people. We have explored ways to strengthen our education system and equip our youth with the skills they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. We have explored security and legal measures aimed at enhancing the security of our people and, importantly, safeguarding the rights of our people. These, Madam Speaker, are just few examples of the critical issues brought to the forefront during this debate. I want to sincerely thank my esteemed parliamentary colleagues for their valuable contribution throughout this year's debate. And I think we can say that our Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, has given and maintained the steady hand and sterling leadership in enabling this Parliament and the ministerial cadre to deliver on the promise to the people. Madam Speaker, it is to you also that I want to offer my heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering commitment that you have shown in steering parliamentary affairs of our nation with exceptional skill and dedication. I also want to express my gratitude to my Deputy House Leader, the Honourable Olivia Babsy-Grange, for always keeping her hand on the wheel, and of course, especially because of my own responsibilities that take me away so often to do the work that has to be done. And Honourable Olivia Grange has been there to hold the hands, and a steady hand it has been indeed. Madam Speaker, to the Clerk of the House and her very efficient team for the wonderful job that they have done in enabling the smooth running and functioning of the sectoral debate throughout. The opposition business leader himself and his team for the collaborative effort to enabling a smooth functioning throughout the process. So, Madam Speaker, as we conclude this sectoral debate, I think it is important and crucial that we reflect upon and emphasize some of the key issues that were raised during the period. Although, Madam Speaker, it is impossible to address every point in detail, I want to acknowledge the exceptional quality of the presentations and to commend the speakers for their genuine commitment and professionalism. The depth of knowledge and the spirit of constructive dialogue that permeated this debate have greatly enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities before us. Madam Speaker, before diving into some of the many salient issues raised in the sectoral debate, I want to quickly give a brief update on some of the major developments in the tourism industry, beyond what I have already spoken of in my opening presentation. And indeed, Madam Speaker, it will be, as I said, brief indications. Madam Speaker, this period of what we call the summer in tourism, 2023, will become the most successful summer in the history of tourism in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, already even before the completion of the 6th month of this year, we have already combined, brought in 2 million visitors to Jamaica and have earned over $2 billion for the country. Madam Speaker, this is a whopping 18% increase over 2019 earnings for the same period. And Madam Speaker, I'm sure it will be no surprise then that Jamaica is bracing for the best ever summer season. The fact has been reinforced, indeed, Madam Speaker, by the engagements which I led into the New York area, the tri-state area, Miami and Atlanta in the last few days. As you know, we responded to certain headwinds that we thought we were experiencing. And Madam Speaker, we were able to head it off, in fact, and to be able to report that we still have seats coming out of the rest of the markets for this summer, of which 1.2 million is from the United States of America. Madam Speaker, we were able to have discussions also with our partners in the cruise industry and have settled certain understandings with regards to our Western itinerary that you know had lagged behind because one of our partner ports in the region has not been functioning. I make no reference to name at this time, but you know, these itineraries are influenced by a number of ports of call. And if one port is out of whack, it disrupts the itinerary. And so Jamaica has had a little hiccup there in terms of getting back to the levels of 2019 that we had anticipated. The truth is, however, Madam Speaker, is that we are now about 80% of 2019 for cruise, and that is a very strong position to be in. But to just indicate that in our discussions, we had to look at the main port for us of Falmouth. And I will have a lot more to say about what both Port Authority and ourselves will have to do, along with the town and the citizens of Falmouth, to bring that port to become a corner, what they call a cornerstone port, that will anchor the entire itinerary, so that whatever the discussions are, the itinerary remains strong because the anchor is there and solid. The anchor for our Western itinerary was another port, somewhere else, that is not functioning as well at this time. And that's the reason for that disruption. So we are going to be working assiduously over the next few weeks, months, to ensure that we bring Falmouth to that level where it can be regarded as a cornerstone port for the Western itinerary. Madam Speaker, the issues, therefore, of moving forward with tourism has been very well structured around technical arrangements. And part of it has to do, Madam Speaker, with initiatives that we know are engaged in terms of building strategic arrangements and to reinforce the action plan that we had initiated at an earlier period. As a result of that, Madam Speaker, we're pleased to advise that the Inter-American Development Bank has become the technical partner for us as we seek to develop a robust and well-defined tourism strategy and action plan, which will serve as a roadmap for a successful tourism future. This strategy, Madam Speaker, addresses the important issues of economic growth and inclusion, environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, human capital development, and maintaining the balance between the quality of a visitor experience and the quality of our lives as citizens of the country. And I wanted to emphasize this latter one, Madam Speaker, because the essence of tourism is not about the tourists. The essence of tourism is about the people of the destination, the people of Jamaica. This tourism strategy, Madam Speaker, is also as good as you know, as the partnerships that we have. Therefore, we'll be collaborating with our key stakeholders and tourism partners in ensuring that this effort works and that it works quickly and well. To this end, we have begun a series of island-wide workshops to obtain valuable feedback and insights that will help shape the direction of the future of our tourism initiatives. We have already held successful workshops in Montego Bay, Port Antonio, and Ocho Rios, and we have workshops that are planned for all the other resort areas across Jamaica. The second area of this critical structure that we have developed is to build out the destination assurance framework and strategy. And this, Madam Speaker, is a historic activity. This is a groundbreaking activity on the part of Jamaica, because we are the only destination in the world that has and will have a destination assurance policy. And this, Madam Speaker, when we thought it through at the beginning, we brought some international consultants and to talk about it from George Washington University and elsewhere. They never heard of destination assurance. They heard about destination management, and they heard about all sorts of other related matters with destination. But destination assurance as a strategy which essentially says that you are making a promise to the market that when you come to our destination, you'll have a safe, secure, and seamless experience. And that was the big 3 S's that Jamaica brought to the table. And Madam Speaker, we have started out that, and for good works, we've been able to develop a green paper on it, which Cabinet has already approved and has come here to the Parliament. And now we are undertaking a stakeholder consultation with the aim of finalizing the framework and strategy as a white paper for tabling in the Parliament in this current financial year. Madam Speaker, the stakeholder engagements have been 95% complete, and we have been on the road. And with all of being moving from one market location to another, we have also been moving from one part of Jamaica to the other. And we have had a 95% completion in terms of consultations in Negril, Montego Bay, Ocho Rios, Treasure Beach, Mandeville, and Kingston. And on Thursday, I go to St. Thomas, and on Friday, we do Port Antonio in Portland. Madam Speaker, so the first cohort of the Tourism Enhancement Incubator Program, and I think that this is something we spoke about in my earlier presentation, and it's again another earth-shaking and innovative move by Jamaica, which is the only destination which has a tourism innovation incubator. And we have worked with the University of Technology, utilizing their labs, and we've been able to bring together, Madam Speaker, 11 teams with 11 unique business ideas that are now participating in the venture. And I wanted to make the point about the innovation incubator, because tourism is driven by ideas. And as we speak about experiences, and the future of the destination has to be driven by experiences. There's no question about it. Experiences are going to be derived because new ideas have come into play. New systems have been brought into play. New attractions are there. New methodologies, new business models, new ways in which people are using their skills and their knowledge to create products which respond to the passions of people. Because that's why people travel. They travel to fulfill their passions. And therefore, we must build products around their passion points. And once you do that, then your market will always be strong and your destination will become to mind. So, Madam Speaker, we have had so far a 10-month program with these incubatees, and that program will end with a highly anticipated pitch event. And I think those of you who have been looking around on incubation activities, we recognize what a pitch event is. And this pitch event, Madam Speaker, brings a group of potential business partners and investors and funding agencies together. The goal of this event is to secure sufficient interest from key stakeholders, which will hopefully result in business arrangements. The pitch event is slated to take place in September of 2023. And by the end of the program, participants would have validated their business ideas, determining whether to continue as planned or to pivot, and in some cases, develop businesses to be fully operational. Madam Speaker, this is what we're saying. Ideas converted into material things with a value and a price. What we are saying is that we are incentivizing ideas. And we have put together the $40 million from last budget, which brought these 11 teams together. And now their ideas are at the stage where we can bring partners in to buy into the ideas. And so there are 3 stages now that they will go to after this. And that is to either go now into equity partnership. That is to say, these young people from different parts of Jamaica, from different socioeconomic background, who only asset is ideas. We've been able to say to them, now that your ideas have reached that point of conversion, you can decide whether you're going for equity partnership. Are you going to work with somebody and have them become partners with you in realizing your entrepreneurial dream? Or are you going to be acquired by another business? In other words, are you going to offer your product now to a business, to a going concern, to buy into you, like the fish tank arrangement, the sharks. Yeah, the shark tank, as we say, right? Or thirdly, are you going to access now a loan funding arrangement through our tourism innovation facility? And so that facility, Madam Speaker, we've put $100 million from our TEF funds. And you know, we had that arrangement with the Exim Bank, that where we put $1 billion there, and that $1 billion is a revolving, has accreted earnings that allow us now to be able to take $100 million from that to make that available to these young people with new ideas for tourism development. And so we are going to establish now, Madam Speaker, what we call the Tourism Innovation Challenge. And the team at the TEF have been working assiduously to secure the necessary partnerships and approval to operationalize this arrangement. And this will then be a loan and a grant combination. So what we're looking at is probably a 90-10. There was a talk about a 70-30, but we realize the difficulty because these young people who are coming, their asset is ideas. So the minute you begin to talk, and they have a ceiling of up to $10 million of exposure. So if you say 70-30, it means they have to find $3 million. And they just leave school, or they're just coming out of where they can find $3 million from. So we're looking at a 90-10 arrangement. And Madam Speaker, we believe that the loan component, and we've been talking to private sector entities that can also absorb this arrangement and to treat it in the way that they treated the program that we have for the small business, where, you know, the small tourism enterprises can borrow up to $5 million from certain financial institutions at a low interest rate of 3% and a repayment period of 5 years. And they can then be able to replenish their stock, buy a new car, you know, repair their broken facilities, and to be able to function efficiently and well in the industry. So, Madam Speaker, the requisite MOU has been drafted and will be submitted to Cabinet for approval. And the facility, we hope, will become operational in the 3rd quarter of this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, I feel very strongly about this because in creating the new entrepreneurial group for tourism, we are going to have to make sure that our young people have a chance, and so that the future of tourism is not going to be locked into external arrangements and necessarily more and more foreign investors, but more and more local investment into the tourism sector. Madam Speaker, having had the experience of managing the industry through the pandemic, the government will be more strategic about gathering evidence to make decisions about how to optimize the economic, social, and environmental and infrastructure benefits of the tourism investment. During the coming year, my ministry will conduct a tourism economic impact study which seeks to identify the economic, fiscal, social, and environmental impact of the development of an additional 20,000 new rooms to the Jamaican stock. Madam Speaker, this advent of 20,000 new rooms over the next 5 to 10 years will be the largest single investment flow in the tourism in history in Jamaica. And it will be done under this administration, the Andrew Holness administration of Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, the study will identify and evaluate the potential impact of the proposed development on gross domestic product, foreign exchange earnings, investment, and government revenue and expenditure. It will identify and evaluate the potential impact of the proposed development on income and employment, both direct and indirect. It will identify and evaluate the potential impact of the proposed development on key related sectors such as agriculture, construction, manufacturing, and entertainment. It will identify and evaluate the potential impact of the proposed development on infrastructure needs, the environment and the people, particularly, Madam Speaker, housing, transport, and recreation. Madam Speaker, it will provide recommendations to mitigate potential negative impacts while capitalizing on positive impacts. That is to say, Madam Speaker, to look at the carrying capacity for the areas that are going to have these new hotels and these new attractions, and to make sure that the imposition of these assets within those areas is that have a negative impact on the environment itself. And finally, Madam Speaker, to provide a credible, rigorous, evidence-based information system to inform the public of the awareness and value of the tourism industry to Jamaica. Madam Speaker, this is the most substantial increase in room stock over the shortest period of time in the history of Jamaica, and it represents a unique transformative moment, and we must seize the moment to obtain the maximum social and economic benefit. Madam Speaker, just to close that section to indicate, if tourism today, with 30,000 rooms as we are, is a driver of the economic growth process and is contributing such a large portion, not only of GDP, but of the growth on an annualized as well as a quarterly basis. Think of what 20,000 more rooms will do in terms of the impact that it will have on our economy and the well-being of our people. So, Madam Speaker, there can be no development of this magnitude without an emphasis on how tourism links into the other elements of the economy. Because, as you know, tourism doesn't exist on its own. It exists only because many other elements are existing and performing well. So, Madam Speaker, the Tourism Linkage Network under the Tourism Enhancement Fund has expanded to include various industries that contribute to the growth of our sector. Agriculture, Madam Speaker, plays a crucial role in supporting tourism. So through the Agro-Linkage Network, ALICS as we call it, small farmers are directly connected with the buyers in the tourism industry, benefiting, of course, the local agricultural economy. In the first 5 months of this year, Madam Speaker, farmers achieved a remarkable milestone by generating a revenue of approximately $325 million through the ALICS platform. This significant accomplishment, Madam Speaker, showcases the platform's effectiveness in connecting farmers with potential buyers and creating prosperous opportunities. Furthermore, in the preceding year of 2022, the ALICS portal facilitated the sale of agricultural produce valued at $330 million. So, Madam Speaker, just to indicate the growth in this area, in that a full year of 2022 generated $330 million, and half a year, less than half a year, 5 months of 2023 has already accrued $325 million of sales for the farmers of Jamaica. This achievement, Madam Speaker, not only highlights the platform's success, but also underscores the positive impact it has had on the livelihood of 1,733 farmers and 671 registered buyers. And, Madam Speaker, think of what 20,000 more rooms will do in terms of doubling, tripling, and quadrupling even that kind of impact on our farming community. Madam Speaker, we developed also the Agriculture Food Safety Manual and conducted sensitization sessions with over 400 farmers. So through the Tourism Linkages Network, water shortage and drought periods were identified as barriers for community farmers supplying the tourism sector. To address this, we donated water tanks to farmers in St. Elizabeth, St. James, St. Anne and Trelawney. In the first phase, 50 tanks were given to farmers in St. Elizabeth, 20 to farmers in St. James, and in the second phase, 200 tanks were donated to farmers in St. Anne and Trelawney. We will continue this initiative in 2023 to support small farmers while spreading the tourism benefits to all. Madam Speaker, the tourism sector continues to be hampered, as you know, by the issues relating to supply chain disruptions, particularly in terms of human capital. So the ministry's training arm, the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, in response to this situation, is proposing a strategy for attracting new recruits and helping them prepare for available jobs. Madam Speaker, with the support from our partners, the JCTI is moving to recruit team members from among our students graduating from high school. And I think that members should recall that we have, for the first time, a tourism associate degree program in hotel management and customer service for the sixth formers of 30 high schools across Jamaica. The goal, of course, is to attract 2,000 and to, in fact, go in the end to 3,000 candidates. So, Madam Speaker, the JCTI is a division of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and we have been partnering with HEART NTA to develop a job readiness program specifically for new entrants to the tourism sector. Successful candidates will receive, of course, the NCT VET certificate. And, of course, they will participate in the Level 4 program, which the Prime Minister announced in his budget presentation. Madam Speaker, in addition to these successful initiatives, the Hospitality and Tourism Management Program is another critical component of the government's Human Capital Development Initiative. In June of last year, 99 high school students completed the 2-year program and received their certificates from the American Hotel and Lodging Institute. One of those from Anchovy High School in your constituency, Member Davis in St. James, had a perfect score of 100 out of 100, and now she is properly placed in a proper facility in tourism. Madam Speaker, the result of this, of course, is that the 168 students from last year's program found jobs immediately in 3 of the outstanding hotels in Jamaica. And the third cohort, which we expect to graduate later this year, Madam Speaker, they have 303 students that are in 14 high schools across Jamaica. 150 of these students, Madam Speaker, who are 18 years and older, are doing their internship now at Sandals, at Altamont Court, at AC Marriott, and at Gulfview Hotel. The hoteliers are excited to meet these young people and have all been placed in departments of their choice. And, Madam Speaker, we are concluding our discussions now with UTEC, with the University of Malaga, and with the university in Austria to establish programs for the supervisory and management layers within the industry so that our Jamaicans will be trained and developed to assume the responsibility for the highest level of leadership in the tourism industry of the future. Madam Speaker, the Tourism Product Development Company is committed to community tourism, which goes beyond the traditional tourist hotspots and venture into the heart of several neighborhoods. By investing in the development of community-based tourism, TPDCO recognizes the potential for sustainable economic growth. By investing in the development of community-based tourism, TPDCO recognizes the potential for sustainable economic growth, job creation, and the preservation of cultural heritage. Now, Madam Speaker, as we continue to work with the communities to spread their participation in tourism, I am delighted to share with you an extraordinary development that promises to transform the cultural landscape of Trenchtown. And I was there, the member from South St. Andrew wasn't able to join us there, but that's shocking because I was there and I asked. But it's all, you know where I am concerned. So, and in fact, it's the Vin Lawrence Center in Trenchtown. And what we did there was to look at underutilized space. And through the Spruce Up program, we work with communities to build now new attractions. And this is a program that is going across Jamaica. This one is completed, Madam Speaker, and what it has done, the visitors will have an opportunity to delve in the heart and soul of the community, experiences its music, its art, its cuisine, and captivating the stories firsthand. As visitors wander through the parks and pathway, they will be treated to vibrant murals depicting the iconic figures who have emerged from Trenchtown area. And when you go down there, you see, the last time I was there with you. So I'm surprised, really, this time that you weren't there. And the place looks good. It is really a very attractive looking thing. It's your community, so we'll deal with that. So, Madam Speaker, these are larger-than-life artworks that pay homage to the rich musical heritage that was born in that very community. And so when I went there, we saw the Bob Marley imagery, and we went to, of course, the yard, culture yard, where Georgie made the firelight, you know, and we were able to see that what has happened now is that a creation is there of a studio that the ordinary person can now come in, and we also have a rehearsal room in the area. And then there is a platform for a stage for presentation, and we are going to be landscaping the area, and it will look good indeed. So, Madam Speaker, that's just a start. We plan to have a number of them in other parts of the country where these will be attractions. And that's part of what I think a few members of Parliament who have already indicated to us through their Spruce Up allocation for activities such as these. We will see more of them happening. Madam Speaker, the future of tourism is bright, but it's also predicated, Madam Speaker, on development in the digital space and an understanding of what the Internet of Things is going to be and how that is going to impact the experience of tourism across the road. Jamaica, therefore, is collaborating with the World Bank in developing and conducting a regional study on the future of tourism in the Caribbean. And this study will guide us in creating a sustainable and integrated Caribbean tourism space. And Jamaica wants to be the leader in that process, not just in terms of thought leadership, but to give guidance to how a true tourism economy can emerge and make a difference to the life and well-being of people. Madam Speaker, let me turn now to look at the responses from our various presentations throughout this very strong, powerful, and ebullient period of debate and discussions in this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Prime Minister, with direction then from the Minister without Portfolio, the Honourable Floyd Green, indicated the plans of the government to eliminate the need for life certificates to verify the living status of prisoners. This will be pensioners. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. It's the Minister, but there are people too, right? This will be done, Madam Speaker, instead of by way of introducing a new national civil registration electronic-based solution that will be facilitated through the inception of the National Identification Needs Project. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, under the NIDS, project on construction and setup of the Registrar General Department Record Digitization and Indexing Facility has been achieved within wherein it will be utilizing a digital and digitized index, and we will have more than 2,300 civil records that will be brought under this arrangement. The project will digitize all the records of the RGD, and of course, and that will begin from 1930 to present. And that is really a massive undertaking, and we want to commend the Minister for that one. No, that's yours here. NIDS has also launched a technical pilot program to stimulate and forecast the implications of its implementation so that the necessary adjustments can be made before its full rollout. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, in order to meet the needs of visually impaired customers, the RGD will be embarking on printing birth certificates in Braille. The RGD also plans to implement mechanisms to facilitate online will drafting, which is aimed at making it easier for people to write wills and register them so as to significantly reduce family or relational conflicts over the distribution of assets within an estate. Madam Speaker, the RGD has also expanded the location of its branches so as to make it easier for citizens to utilize their services no matter where they live. Furthermore, the RGD plans to integrate more automation and technology into its operation so as to reduce processing times. Madam Speaker, this simple but powerful statement indicates how effective the NIDS will be in ensuring facilitation of the ordinary persons in Jamaica for the services that are offered in the nation. Madam Speaker, the government is preparing to implement a 40 billion road improvement project to modernize more than 2,000 roads island-wide under the Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement to our Road Network, otherwise called the SPARK program. The Minister without Portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Honourable Everett Warmington, noted that government is moving to ensure that the engine of growth is improved, modernized, and positioned to perform at its optimum. The Minister noted that the vision is to create a transport network that is safe, efficient, and reliable to meet the Jamaica's economic and social needs. Key objectives of the program, Madam Speaker, include improving the targeted road surfaces and intersections along targeted urban corridors, installing legalized drainage, culverts, etc., improving road safety through the construction of retaining walls and the installation of guardrails and the installing of pedestrian facilities at selected locations. The expected outcome include, Madam Speaker, improved road safety, better legalized drainage, and reduced travel time, vehicle operating cost, and motor vehicle carbon emissions. The Minister, Madam Speaker, informed that under the initiative, the preliminary parish breakdown of expenditure will be as follows: Kingston for $2 billion, St. Andrew $2.9 billion, St. Catherine $4.2 billion, St. Thomas $1.2 billion, Manchester $1.257 billion, St. Elizabeth $1.5 billion, Clarendon $4.087 billion, Portland $1 billion, St. Mary $3.2 billion, St. Anne $3.2 billion, Hanover $2.5 billion, St. James 2.2 billion, Trelawney 1.8, and Westmoreland 2 billion. Madam Speaker, this will be the most comprehensive road maintenance, repair, and rehabilitation program in the history of Jamaica. Some of the roads to be rehabilitated include the Mountain View Avenue, Old Hope Road, Mullines Road, Walton Park Road, Constant Spring to Stony Hill, Caymanas to Twickenham Park, Spanish Town to Angels, Tamarind Farm to Nago Heads, Moran Crossing to Whitehall, Airy Mount to Hampton Court, Port Moran to Bath, Caledonia Road, Spurtree Hills to Gutters, Williamsfield to Greenvale via bypass, and Loana to Black River to Scotts Cove, Malvern to Santa Cruz, and Loana to Sandy Ground. Other roads include Freetown to Four Parts, Crooked River to Pennant Dowse, Whitney Turn to Four Parts, Hope Bay to Orange Bay, Orange Bay to Windsor Castle, Rio Grande to Hope Bay, Halifax Bridge to Lucky Hill to Goshen, Port Maria to Islington, Alexandria to Brownstown, Discovery Bay to Brownstown, Ocho Township, Great River to Kew Bridge, Green Island to Negril, Lucy to Green Island, Adelphi to Kent, I think that's familiar, Barnett Street to Howard Cook Boulevard, Flanker Old Road, Albert Town to All Sides, Duncans to Long Pond, Salt Marsh to Kent, and Negril to the parish border, and then Ferris to George's Plain, I think I know that place, and Negril to Negril Lighthouse. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has several housing programs in place. Under the National Housing Policy and Implementation Plan, 57,000 houses are in various stages of development. The new social housing program, NSHP, has seen the construction of 137 units, which have benefited 523 Jamaicans. And Madam Speaker, we want to emphasize that, because that is a direct response from our Prime Minister recognizing the social need that exists at the lowest economic stratum in this country of people who have no means but have availability of some land. And we can move in and provide this social housing initiative and enable small families that otherwise would have nowhere to rest, have a comfortable place to sleep, and their children can grow in decency. Madam Speaker, we really want to commend our Prime Minister for that initiative because it is making a huge difference across Jamaica. And for those who are of another mind, we want it to be clear. The Prime Minister goes into every constituency across Jamaica dealing with this program, irrespective of who is representing that constituency, whatever color, creed, or class it might be. Notable too, Madam Speaker, the Urban Development Corporation is spearheading the Caymanas commercial and housing development, which is expected to provide affordable housing and commercial properties. Also, Madam Speaker, as of March 31, 2023, 10,626 titles have been issued under the National Titling Program. Madam Speaker, the importance of titles as a representation to show the ownership, but more important, Madam Speaker, to give capacity to convert dead capital into wealth is something that is at the heart of the prosperity agenda of the administration of Andrew Holness. And we are excited about ensuring that more and more of our people will have this legal representation, which will allow them to utilize that asset to leverage economic wealth, whether through loans or through other types of economic activity. And they can pass on at the end to their children, their grandchildren, and their great-grandchildren a piece of the wealth that they generated while they were alive. And this is great, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, further, the Factories Corporation of Jamaica is in the process of creating an additional 1.5 million square feet of rentable space for modern infrastructure for retail, manufacturing, government services, logistics, and BPO industries to optimize its non-performing assets. Additionally, construction on the talked about new Houses of Parliament, Madam Speaker, will begin in the second quarter of 2023-2024 financial year, and it is slated to be completed in 2025. I'll have a little more to say on that when we talk about the Parliament. The government has also, Madam Speaker, distributed water tanks across the island in a bid to increase access to water. NWC is also working to replace aged transmission lines along several corridors under the South Coast Highway Improvement Program, and have completed the Spanish Town Road transmission main replacement with the Royal Port Royal Transmission Replacement Project to begin very soon. Extending, Madam Speaker, NWC's range would see its services being extended to rural and peri-rural communities, for example, with the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Improvement Project. The wastewater treatment plants in St. Thomas, Portland, St. Mary, St. Catherine, and Clarendon, Madam Speaker, will also be upgraded to ensure safe public health conditions for all. Madam Speaker, I would like to touch on a significant initiative that was announced by my colleague, Minister of Education and Youth, the Honourable Favour Williams. She indicated the work of the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission that it continues with focus on transformational efforts covering governance, administration, leadership, and legislation, early childhood education, curriculum teaching and teacher training, and tertiary sector through the TVET, infrastructure, and technology and finance. These are very hefty. We're doing well.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Members, the question before the House is that the Minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to repeat that element because I think that the work of the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, which the Minister spoke so passionately about, continues, Madam Speaker, with focus on transformational efforts covering governance, administration, leadership and legislation, early childhood education, curriculum, teaching and teacher training, the tertiary sector, the TVET, infrastructure, technology, and finance. Madam Speaker, in addition, Minister Williams pointed out that the Education Act and Regulation is in need of amendment. Therefore, a working draft of legislative proposals and a draft cabinet submissions have already been prepared. She indicated, Madam Speaker, that Cabinet has also approved the development of a national children's policy, which will provide a comprehensive legislative framework in relation to children issues in Jamaica. Work continues on the National Plan of Action for an integrated response to children and violence. With this in mind, several legislations are under review, namely the Child Care and Protection Act and Regulation, the Child Care and Protection Act Section 24, the Children Adoption of Act, and the Children's Guardianship and Custody Act. Other policies, Madam Speaker, that the Ministry is working on are the Student Dress and Grooming Policy, Special Education Policy, the National Safe School Policy, the National School Nutrition Policy, the Language Policy, and the Higher Education Policy. Madam Speaker, in closing, she spoke eloquently of the transformation program, which is being headed by Professor Orlando Patterson, and I see that the new director of the program, Dr. Alexander, has just been installed and put in place. Madam Speaker, we heard her this morning, and she sounds eloquent and well. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been allocated a budget of approximately $6.43 billion for the fiscal year 23-24. This represents a substantial increase of some 31% compared to the previous year's allocation, demonstrating the government's dedication to strengthening our healthcare infrastructure and services. This increased investment, Madam Speaker, will enable us to further enhance healthcare delivery across the country. One notable project highlighted by the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honourable Dr. Christopher Tufton, that exemplifies our commitment to improving healthcare facilities is the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital in St. James. The construction of this state-of-the-art facility, Madam Speaker, has progressed to the 5th floor with over $450 million already invested. We are grateful for the generous grant the People's Republic of China provided, which has made this project possible. Once completed in 2025, Madam Speaker, this hospital will stand as the only adolescent hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean and the second pediatric facility on the island. It will significantly enhance our capacity to provide specialized care to children and adolescents, raising the healthcare standards of Jamaica. But, Madam Speaker, when tied into the Cornwall Regional Hospital, that will be the largest single facility in the region and will be a huge driver of health tourism as a new dimension to the product of tourism in Western Jamaica. In addition, Madam Speaker, Minister Tufton was delighted to share once more that groundbreaking for the Spanish Town Hospital is scheduled for July 2023. With a contract price of approximately $6.4 billion, this redevelopment project will span 2 years. The revitalized hospital will significantly contribute to improve healthcare services for the residents of Spanish Town and its environs. Madam Speaker, our commitment to transforming healthcare extends beyond infrastructure development. Over the years, we've made significant investments totaling approximately $4.4 billion in more than 100 health facilities across the island. These investments have modernized and right-sized primary healthcare institutions and enabled us to meet the evolving healthcare needs of our citizens. Furthermore, the government has established over 2,000 permanent posts for doctors within the public health sector. This significant milestone, Madam Speaker, reflects our commitment to strengthening the healthcare workforce and ensuring the availability of skilled professionals to provide quality health care across Jamaica. Unlike short-term contracts, these permanent posts provide stability and allow for long-term planning and service delivery. This includes, Madam Speaker, 789 doctors currently in the system, with an additional of 1,112 new posts to be filled over time and 140 positions established to support the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. These, Madam Speaker, over 2,000 permanent posts will undoubtedly positively impact the quality of healthcare services for the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, recognizing the increasing number of high-rise buildings in urban areas, the Local Government and Community Development Minister, the Honourable Desmond McKenzie, is taking proactive measures to better respond to emergencies. In this end, we have allocated funds to purchase fire trucks equipped with extended ladders. These new trucks, Madam Speaker, will reach an impressive 20 floors or 200 feet, surpassing the current fleet used by the Jamaica Fire Brigade that can reach only 10 to 12 floors or 104 seats. Madam Speaker, what is happening? This minister has now doubled the capacity of the Jamaica Fire Brigade to deal with high-rise buildings and to deal with emergencies in those buildings. And it is important because we are seeing more and more of these high-rise buildings emerging, not just in Kingston as a metropolis, but all across Jamaica. And it is important that those people who invest in these things feel that sense of safety, and that if anything happens, our fire department will be able to respond quickly, readily, and effectively. This significant upgrade, Madam Speaker, will boost our capacity to address emergency effectively and ensure the safety of occupants in high-rise buildings. The estimated cost of each truck is approximately $250 million, and the initial deployment will prioritize Kingston and Montego Bay, where a considerable number of high-rise buildings are located. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, Minister McKenzie remains committed to the comprehensive rehabilitation of markets throughout the island. For the current financial year, the Minister has outlined an ongoing program that includes the restoration of markets, notably the Savannah Lamar Market in Westmoreland, which is already in progress, with an allocated budget of $20 million for the first phase. The total estimated cost for the rehabilitation of the Savannah Lamar Market will exceed $70 million. These efforts, Madam Speaker, demonstrate our commitment to enhancing market infrastructure, creating better trading environment, and supporting the economic viability of our local communities. Madam Speaker, since its establishment in March 1, the Constitutional Reform Committee, under the leadership of Legal and Constitutional Affairs Minister, the Honorable Marlene Mallory Fort, has been actively engaged in its mission to provide expert guidance and oversight to the government and people of Jamaica during the constitutional reform process. The CRC is committed to implementing the recommendations of the Joint Select Committee on Constitutional and Electoral Reform, where consensus remains, and to foster consensus in other areas where it matters, so that we can have a seamless arrangement, and where there are any erosions whatsoever, Madam Speaker, that situation becomes non-existent. The committee's dedicated efforts are aimed at ensuring that the constitutional reform process is inclusive and representative of the aspirations of the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, the Law Revision Secretariat has undertaken several significant initiatives in 2023 legislative year. These initiatives are aligned with the Secretariat's mandate to enhance the availability of legal information to the public. The Secretariat has diligently revised newly enacted and amended statutes and subsidiary legislations for 2019, 2020, and 2021. Furthermore, revised content for publication has been prepared for the printers covering the previous years. Madam Speaker, in addition, the online versions of the revised pages of the laws of Jamaica have been updated to include content up to 2019 for subsidiary legislation and 2020 for statutes. Madam Speaker, this is very important, and I think the leader of the opposition, who had responsibilities for these at one time, will appreciate this, in fact, and the importance of it. So these efforts are aimed, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the legal information accessible to the public is accurate, up-to-date, and readily available. Madam Speaker, these developments reflect our commitment to transparent governance and the effective dissemination of legal information. Through advanced constitutional reform and enhancing legal resources, we aim to foster a society that is informed, empowered, and engaged in the governance and the rule of law. Madam Speaker, under the Urban Renewal and Development Program, 70 projects were approved for implementation across 55 constituencies and 9 municipalities. In addition, 6 projects were approved for execution in the zones of special operations, ZOZO, of Augustown and Savannah Lamar. Notably, we have completed 51 projects with a total expenditure of $43 million. These projects, Madam Speaker, have contributed significantly to revitalizing and transforming our urban areas, fostering community development, and improving the quality of life for residents. Furthermore, the zinc fence removal program has been a pivotal aspect of the Urban Renewal and Development Program, with approvals granted for its implementation in 6 constituencies, benefiting approximately 400 Jamaicans. This initiative enhances the aesthetics of communities and promotes safety and social cohesion. Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to the land titling program, recognizing the importance of land ownership and its social-economic implications. Over 3 years, we have pledged to raise 20,000 certificates of title, to issue, in fact, 20,000 certificates of title. I am pleased to report that as of March 31, 2023, the program has achieved an impressive 74% outturn, with 10,626 documents issued against a target of 14,400 titles. This significant milestone demonstrates our commitment to empowering Jamaicans with secure land tenure, unlocking economic opportunities, and promoting social stability. These achievements underscore dedication to community development, urban revitalization, and empowering Jamaicans through land ownership. Investing in these programs, Madam Speaker, fosters sustainable development, enhances living conditions, and provides avenues for economic growth and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet has approved the replacement of 171.5 megawatts of power capacity for the aging power generation plant of the JPS under the right of first refusal provision. This decision, Madam Speaker, underscores Energy Minister, the Honourable Darrell Vaz's commitment to transitioning to a more sustainable, renewable energy future. We recognize the need to replace outdated power generating infrastructure with mature renewable sources as best as possible. By doing so, we are reducing our carbon footprint and paving the way for a more resilient and efficient energy sector that benefits all Jamaicans. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to inform this Honourable House that the government has allocated approximately $835 million for research and development in this current fiscal year. This represents an increase of $47 million, or 6% compared to the previous year's allocation. This significant investment underscores our commitment to fostering innovation, scientific advancement, and development of new technologies in Jamaica. Research and development, Madam Speaker, are critical, as is well known, and vital for driving economic growth, to promote sustainable development, and to address the challenges of our time. By increasing our investment in this crucial area, we position Jamaica as a hub for innovation and for knowledge-driven industries. Madam Speaker, we also recognize the importance of supporting the international competitiveness of our local manufacturing and productive sectors. To this end, the Ministry has granted a $28 million increase to the Scientific Research Council to upgrade its analytic labs. This investment, Madam Speaker, will enhance the capabilities of the SRC in providing state-of-the-art testing and analysis services to our industries. By improving the infrastructure and resource availability to the SRC, we are empowering our local manufacturers to meet international standards, drive innovation, and seize new market opportunities. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Mining and Transport under the then Minister Audley Shaw reported a remarkable rebound in Jamaica's aviation traffic. By December 2022, our aviation sector has recovered 6 million passengers, reaching 91% of the pre-COVID levels. This, Madam Speaker, this recovery is a testament to the resilience and determination of our aviation industry and reflects the successful implementation of strategies to rebuild passenger confidence. In 2020, our aviation traffic suffered a significant setback with a 67% decline, equivalent, Madam Speaker, to 2.2 million passengers. And of course, this, you know, was due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we have rebounded from this challenge. We are on track to achieve a total return to pre-pandemic levels by 2025, with approximately 6.5 million visitors annually between Sangsters International Airport and the Norman Manley International Airport in Kingston. Moving on to our railways, Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to share that the Jamaica Railway Corporation has generated an additional $3.67 million since introducing the pilot student service commuter trains. This commendable achievement has been made possible through train excursions extended to various schools across the island. These excursions provide unique educational experience and contribute to the JRC's financial sustainability. The pilot student service is a testament to our commitment to promoting environmentally friendly and efficient modes of transportation while engaging our youth and fostering a sense of pride in our railway system. In line with our efforts to enhance public transit services, The Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC, will receive a boost of adding 50 new buses, including 45 diesel and 45 electric buses by the end of this month. The infusion of modern and environmental friendly vehicles will improve the JUTC's capacity to serve our citizens and enhance our public transportation system's overall efficiencies and reliability. Furthermore, we're excited to announce that by September, an additional 20 compressed natural gas CNG fuel buses will be added to the fleet through a joint arrangement with our valued private sector partners. This collaborative effort, Madam Speaker, demonstrates our commitment to sustainable transportation solutions and reducing our carbon footprints. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Justice has achieved substantially increased efficiencies within the court system due to the advent of uploading court documents digitally through the judicial case management system. The Ministry has moved forward with transitioning the court system into a digital age by allowing for hearings and court sessions to be held virtually. In addition, the Ministry has promoted the use of mediation and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms instead of utilizing the court system to achieve this. If the remit of this initiative is achieved, Madam Speaker, the court system will be significantly less burdened by an overwhelming number of cases. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Justice has also given prosecutors the provisions to appeal to the relevant court if they believe sentencing for conviction is too lenient. In addition, the Ministry have also procured mobile units that will be used to facilitate remote testimonies in cases wherein witnesses are not able to travel to the relevant courts to do this. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Ministry has also implemented the Government Financial Management Service software, the GFMS, a system that is computerizing the accounting functions across the courts so as to limit financial risk and irregularities, thereby increasing the accountability of the judicial system. Madam Speaker, the Legislative Production Management System, the LPMS, has been upgraded and revamped so as to allow for external ministries, departments, and agencies to submit their legislation requests electronically to the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel more quickly and more efficiently. The Ministry has also increased the number of restorative justice centers, the RJCs, by locating branches in areas of Greenwich Town and Pembroke Hall. The availability of these restorative justice centers have also been further promoted in efforts to reduce, Madam Speaker, incidences relating to domestic violence and other disputes. Madam Speaker, in the first 11 months of 2022 to 23 fiscal year, approximately $253 million in grants were disbursed under the rehabilitation from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. This financial assistance, Madam Speaker, has reached some 5,648 families, offering much needed support during challenging times. The rehabilitation program has been proven to be an essential lifeline for those facing economic hardship, providing them with means to rebuild their lives and secure a brighter future. Additionally, Madam Speaker, then Minister Carl Samuda noted that the Special Economic Relief Program, the SERP, has played a crucial role in addressing the economic distress faced by individuals not registered under the PATH program. Grants, Madam Speaker, totaling some $169 million were disbursed in nearly 17,000 individuals, to nearly 17,000 individuals identified at the constituency level and who were experiencing economic challenge. Madam Speaker, you will recall that the Minister detailed, constituency by constituency, the number of beneficiaries, and I think that represents a very strong statement of commitment that we have to the poor and marginalized within our communities. This assistance, Madam Speaker, has undoubtedly provided a glimmer of hope and relief to those most in need. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security through PATH has also committed its commitment to providing income support to vulnerable families. A remarkable $9.5 billion was allocated for income support during the fiscal year 2022 to 23, benefiting 130 families. Within this amount, approximately $2 billion was dedicated to back-to-school grants for part students, ensuring that they have the necessary resources to pursue their education. Madam Speaker, the government has successfully digitized the traffic ticket management system, incorporating electronic ticketing capabilities and ensuring, Madam Speaker, that the ticketing system in Jamaica is now reliable and can in fact become the deterrent that it ought to provide for abrogation of the rules and laws of managing the roads. This significant development, Madam Speaker, streamlines the traffic enforcement process and lays the foundation for more efficient public order enforcement. With this digital system, we can better manage traffic violations and optimize the use of fixed fine regimes, ensuring fair and effective enforcement nationwide. In our efforts to improve the working conditions of our dedicated police officers, our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security, the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, noted that 6 new police stations were constructed. These fit-for-purpose stations, Madam Speaker, located in Shady Grove, Olympic Gardens, Buff Bay, Port Antonio, Mount Salem, and Green Acres, have been designed to enhance operational efficiencies and provide better facilities for law enforcement personnel. These stations will be ready for operation later this year, creating a conducive and modern working environment for our officers to effectively serve and protect our communities. Madam Speaker, the government remains committed to enhancing our national closed-circuit television CCTV surveillance program, known as Jamaican Eye. Recognizing the importance of comprehensive surveillance in maintaining public safety, we have expanded the network of cameras across the island. Over 860 government CCTV cameras have been installed in various townships, enabling better monitoring and crime prevention strategies. We will continue to invest in this critical infrastructure to strengthen our security apparatus and provide safer environments for our citizens. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the government recognizes the value of body-worn cameras in law enforcement operations. To ensure transparency and accountability, we have allocated funds to procure an additional 1,000 body-worn cameras for the Jamaica Constable Air Force members during the upcoming fiscal year. These wearable recording systems will capture audio, video, and photographic evidence, enabling the documentation of law enforcement activities and supporting fair and just outcome. Our Minister of National Security, Madam Speaker, has been dedicated and committed to ensuring that the safety, security, and well-being of all Jamaicans at every nook and cranny of this country is secured under the programs of his ministry. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that all farmers and fishermen in Jamaica now have increased insurance options to protect their lives and livelihood. We understand, Madam Speaker, the vital role that these hard-working individuals play in our agricultural sector, and we must provide them with the necessary tools and support to thrive in the face of challenges. The new offerings, Madam Speaker, include the GK General Insurance Weather Protect, a trigger-based microinsurance policy specifically designed to help non-salary income earners cope with the impact of extreme weather. Madam Speaker, this particular element of resilience is such a critical development, and I think it shows the concern, commitment, and sense of well-being that we are bringing to managing the affairs of small farmers in Jamaica today. Madam Speaker, this innovative policy, I think, lays the basis on weather conditions that we measure in each parish, ensuring that our farmers and our fishermen can receive the support they need when it matters most. And you know, Madam Speaker, those who are most vulnerable when there are weather disruptions are not the well-heeled, but are the small farmers with half an acre and 1 acre and 5 acres, who, when anything happens and there's flooding or there's any adverse weather condition, lose everything and have no cushion, and lose sometimes even their sense and their peace of mind. So this, Madam Speaker, furthermore, I think the Agriculture and Fisheries Ministry, the then Minister Pernell Charles, noted the expansion of the range of insurance products available to farmers and fishermen, covering areas such as life, health, and motorhome bundled insurance. Madam Speaker, this concept is one that, beyond farming, beyond agriculture, we would like to see in other sectors. This whole business of what is being called micro insurance, microfinance, and also, Madam Speaker, this ability to bundle, to enable affordability of even the smallest and poorest of our workers. And I make the point against the background that we made a similar call to our insurance providers, particularly for those workers who are in the lowest quartile of the employment stream and who are the most vulnerable when disruptions hit. And how we can find a way to make employers work with these insurance companies to create these bundles and to be able to provide affordable insurance, micro-insurance for these workers. Madam Speaker, these insurance options, I think, are a testament to our commitment to the well-being and prosperity of our agricultural community. We recognize the risk and uncertainties they face, and through these initiatives, we seek to provide them with peace of mind and a safety net for their hard work. As we continue to build a stronger and more resilient Jamaica, we must ensure that no sector or individual is left behind. By supporting our farmers and fishermen with increased insurance options, we empower them to overcome adversity and continue to contribute to the growth and prosperity of our nation. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, the Honorable Olivia Babsy-Grange, announced during her presentation the bringing forth of positive news concerning the protection and well-being of our citizens. And then, Madam Speaker, this seems to reverberate in all of the presentations of our ministers, the theme of protecting the well-being of our citizens. And she stated that the long-awaited Sexual Harassment Act will come into effect on Monday, July 3. This significant piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, marks a critical step forward in addressing the issue of sexual harassment within the society. The Act is comprehensive in its scope, aiming to combat sexual harassment in various settings, including employment, institutions, and landlord-tenant relationships. It enables clear guidelines and standards to ensure that all individuals are afforded the right to work, to learn, to live in an environment free from harassment and intimidation. The coverage extends to workplaces, schools, correctional institutions, nurses' homes, medical facilities, ensuring, Madam Speaker, that no sector is exempt from its protections. In preparation for implementing this transformative law, the government has actively raised awareness among employees, employers, tenants, and landlords. Through targeted campaigns and educational initiatives, individuals have been informed about their rights and responsibilities under the Act. This comprehensive approach empowers our citizens with the knowledge necessary to prevent and address instances of sexual harassment effectively. Madam Speaker, furthermore, the government has taken proactive steps to establish robust mechanisms for investigating and resolving sexual harassment complaints. This includes the recruitment of trained investigators and the appointment of panels dedicated to handling each case. These measures ensure that survivors of sexual harassment have access to fair and impartial process, providing them with support and the resources needed to seek justice. These efforts, Madam Speaker, demonstrate the government's unwavering commitment to creating a safe and inclusive environment for all. By actively addressing the issue of sexual harassment, we are fostering a society built on respect, dignity, and equality. Implementing the Sexual Harassment Act underscores our dedication to eradicating this harmful behavior and creating a culture of accountability and protection. Madam Speaker, during the course of these presentations, it would be remiss of me to not recognize the valuable contribution and perspectives brought forward by members of the opposition in this Honourable House. It would, Madam Speaker, I would first like to acknowledge the significant proposals that have been put forward by a number of presentations from our members. And I could reference Member Brown-Burke, who eloquently highlighted the importance of decolonization and emphasized the need to raise awareness and pride in our Jamaican heritage. Her call for streets to be named, for example, for influential leaders such as Nyerere and Nkrumah and Lumumba and other notable figures, as well as influential African queens, resonates with the principles of inclusivity and the recognition of the rich history and contribution of our African forefathers. Madam Speaker, Member Phillips suggested a dedicated road maintenance fund to address road repair funding issues in Jamaica. He expressed concerns about relying solely on the consolidated fund and highlighted the abolition of road maintenance fund in 2017. He suggested the enhancement of public transportation infrastructure, including additional buses for JUTC, while acknowledging the plan to purchase electric buses to raise concerns about their inadequacies given the challenges needed by the Jamaica hilly road terrain. And I think these, Madam Speaker, among many others, Member Lisa Hanna emphasized the importance of thinking globally and pursuing new industries to enhance the lives of Jamaican citizens. Member Paulwell was very eloquent in making recommendations in relation to the electricity and the supplies and the reliability, and also the issue of alternative energy and the management of our facilities. Madam Speaker, we benefited from a number of very positive and strong recommendations and positions in health from Member Guy, as well as in medical wellness, tourism, casinos, creative arts, and potential areas for economic growth, which were highlighted by a number of our speakers. Madam Speaker, overall, as you know, it would take us into the rest of the evening to go through the extent of the contribution of all our members to this debate. But I want to close that section by really saying how very pleased we are that we ended up with a robust debate over the period with an enormous amount of quality contribution from members of this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, matters now pertaining to the business of the House. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the matters of the House, I am proud to report that because of your unswerving approach to the importance of the business which takes in this Parliament, you have been instrumental in ensuring that this Honourable House convenes promptly at 2 p.m. sharp at every session. And Madam Speaker, I feel particularly proud about this because I have been to several parliaments across the region. And some of our members, who I will indicate later on, have had the benefit of going to parliament across the Commonwealth and even elsewhere. And I'm sure that in all the report, very few, if any, can counter the fact that this Parliament of Jamaica must stand in single digit among the parliaments of the world that start promptly on time at every sitting. Several members on both sides have also ensured that they are punctual, participate in the business of the Parliament, and remain in Parliament during the meetings. But I want to also indicate, Madam Speaker, that we want to improve this record of not just being able to say we start on time, but that we start in time with 63 members present at 2 p.m., and that is our objective. Madam Speaker, You may well be aware that there are a number of private members' motions on the order paper to be dealt with. And as such, Madam Speaker, greater attention will be given to this and other important matters on the order paper as we strive to progress and facilitate the work at hand. We have already looked at, Madam Speaker, how to organize and structure the program of work for the year, bearing in mind that the first quarter is usually committed to financial debates and the preparation for the budget, and then followed by the sectoral debates, which end sometime around June or so. Madam Speaker, it leaves us then with a period ahead of the recess for summer for us to move actively into these areas and to deal with the other matters on the order paper. The last session is usually dedicated, Madam Speaker, to the state of the constituency debate, which runs us off into the Christmas break. So, Madam Speaker, the effort in all of this is to ensure that the full period of Parliament is adequately utilized, but more so, that there is greater involvement of the non-executive members of Parliament in the business of Parliament at hand. And we are going to be working with that, I think, when the Prime Minister has indicated his program shortly. Members will see how important it is going to be for us to pay more attention, in fact, to not just the business of the House, but we ourselves become more involved in ensuring that policies, programs, and plans of the executive are not only properly overviewed and full oversight is given to it, but also that we ensure that we become the guardian of that process. Madam Speaker, of worthy mention also is that the House convened 61 sessions during this period, Madam Speaker. And I think that this is important also for us to recognize that these sessions are going to increase in the coming period. There have been talk about a possible Thursday sitting. We're looking at that just to ensure that all the business of the House gets completed. The matter, of course, of committees, Madam Speaker, sessional committees, these committees have to meet and have to meet more vigorously and prosecute more effectively the bills and the legal arrangements that are before them. Madam Speaker, this summer recess will be very active because even though parliamentarians will be on a break, the Parliament administration will be involved in extensive work to return the chamber to its original form and to replace the existing microphones with cutting-edge technology systems. And this is very important, Madam Speaker. We do not want to ever have the embarrassment we had when the Prime Minister spoke in the budget presentation. And so the general renovation of the entire facilities here will take place over the summer break, and we will be looking at improving not only the interior of the chamber, but also the facilities around the chamber. And I think that those facilities members are very well aware of. There's better creature comfort to be had in utilizing some of those facilities that we have. Madam Speaker, we are looking also at boosting our staff complement. As reported in the sectoral debate last year, there's greater need for us to improve the staff here at the House of Parliament. At present, the management of the Parliament is engaged in reorganizing the parliamentary structure to recommend to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service additional posts and the necessary staff to occupy these posts. Additional staff will ensure greatly that the work of Parliament is facilitated through more of the secretarial support for committees, for more legal support also. And we'll be working with the University of the West Indies graduate department to get some more of the interns to assist members in doing research so that they could make presentations that are fulsome and well-informed at every sitting of the Parliament. Madam Speaker, During the reporting period, parliamentarians as well as members of staff engaged in a number of in-person and virtual interparliamentary forums across the Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, which we are all involved in, Jamaica is a very active player in this, and we've seen a number of parliamentarians being exposed to the process and best practices in other parliaments across the region. And then there's also the Parliamericas program and the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States program, the Parliamentary Assembly and intersessional sessions and meetings of African, Caribbean, and Pacific, the EU Joint Parliamentary Group, and of course, Jamaica continues to be represented in that forum. I think at one time, Member Jackson used to be our representative, and now it is Member Heroy Clark who represents Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the establishment of the Women's Political Leadership Summit, the 71st Westminster Seminar and Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers, all were opportunities to expose our parliamentarians to best practices and to sharpen their wits and their abilities to perform better in this honorable House. Also, Madam Speaker, the anticipated advanced professional development and skill building residency program in Edmonton, Canada, and the regional CPA workshop for staff in Barbados are areas, again, that will offer opportunities for further development of our members. At present, Madam Speaker, the ACP EU representative and member for St. James Central is actually in Brussels, as you know, and he sent us a note to indicate the work that he's doing there, and we are proud of his job. Madam Speaker, this Parliament has the capacity and the capabilities to drive democracy at the highest level and to continue to be the bastion and guardian of the will of the people. And we intend to execute our responsibility to the fullest, not just in this term, but throughout our tenure. In closing, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed significant advancement in various areas, including education, health, infrastructure, public safety, and social welfare. Through strategic investment, policy reforms, and innovative initiatives, we have strived to uplift our nation and improve the lives of our citizens. As we look ahead to the rest of the fiscal year 23-24, we are determined to build upon these accomplishments and propel Jamaica towards greater heights. Our commitment to education and other sectors remain unwavering, with increased funding for school feeding programs, implementing restorative justice practices, and increasing land titles to foster economic empowerment. We will continue to invest in healthcare infrastructure, ensuring access to quality services and the completion of vital projects such as the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital and the Spanish Town Hospital. Furthermore, our dedication to public safety is exemplified by the modernization of our law enforcement agencies through digitization, improved facilities, and expanded surveillance systems. We are also cognizant of the importance of economic development, and we will foster growth by supporting local manufacturing, enhancing research and development capabilities, and promoting renewable energy sources. Madam Speaker, our vision for Jamaica is progress, prosperity, and inclusivity. We remain committed to ensuring that no one is left behind, that every Jamaican has access to opportunities, and that our nation thrives in an increasingly competitive global landscape. Together, Madam Speaker, let us enhance the challenges ahead. Let us be united in our resolve to build a brighter future for Jamaica land we love. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of... Yes, the recommittal just after I have moved appropriately the closure of the debate. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before you is that the motion brought by the House Leader be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of all the items that in my earlier motion I had sought to.
Members, the question is that we have the recommittal of the items, starting statements by ministers. Statements by ministers, announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Annual report and audited financial statements of the Development Bank of Jamaica for the financial year 2020-2021. Annual report and audited financial statement of the National Environment and Planning Agency for the year 2012-2013. Ministry paper number 61 of 2023 entitled Annual Report of the National Environment and Planning Agency for the year 2012-2013. Ministry paper number 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68 respectively of 2023 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures in respect of the Augustown community, the Greenwich Town community, the Denham Town community zone, the Norwood community zone, the Parade Gardens community zone, the Savannah Mar community zone, and the Mount Salem community zone. Social interventions for the period April 14, 2023 to June 15, 2023. Dated June 15, 2023, respectively. The law reforms zones of special operations, special security and community development measures under the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures Act 2017. In respect of the Savannah Mar zone, the Denham Town community zone, the Greenwich Town zone, the Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James zone, the Parade Gardens zone, the Norwood community in the parish of St. James zone, and the Augustown zone, extension of period of operation number 3, order 2023, and their respective resolutions. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Encouragement Relevant Concession Period Order 2023 and its resolution under the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Encouragement Act. The Electric Vehicle Policy dated June 2023. Green Paper number 3 of 2023 entitled Job Descriptions for Members of Parliament of Jamaica, dated June 20, 2023, and Ministry Paper number 69 of 2023 entitled Job Description of Ministers of Government, dated June 20, 2023.
Members, if you will allow me, just before we move on to the other item, to recognize when I started the Parliament this afternoon, there was nobody sitting in the gallery with us. But this, since we started, the Custos of Montego Bay, the Reverend Conrad Pitkin, and Mr. Mario Sams, representing the Custos from St. Thomas, Marcia Bennett, have been with us. And I pause to recognize them and welcome them to the sitting of this House.
Also laid on the table of the House today is the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend the Standing Orders to incorporate the terms of reference of the Caucus of Women Parliamentarians.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend the Standing Orders to incorporate the terms of reference for the Caucus of Women Parliamentarians.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Orders Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations to amend the Standing Orders to incorporate the terms of reference for the Caucus of Women Parliamentarians, which was laid on the table of the House on the 20th day of June 2023, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the Standing Orders to enable me to take this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following under the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. The Law Reform 1, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution. Number 3, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution. 4th, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environment in the Parish of St. James Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution. Number 5, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Norwood Community in the Parish of St. James, Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order Resolution Number 2023. Number 6, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Parade Garden Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution. 7, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Savannah Zone Extension of Period of Operation Number 3, Order 2023 Resolution, which were all laid on the table on June 20, 2023. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the rest suspension of standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business, the Minister of Justice will now conclude the debate on the Indicom Act.
Madam Speaker, you will recall when we terminated the committee meeting about 3 weeks ago, we were on clause 7 on the committee stage, and I adjourned so that I could get better particulars for the members of the opposition. I'm happy to say, Madam Speaker, that we did get better particulars and a brief from the technical people in support of the bill. So at this stage, Madam Speaker, I'd ask that you adjourn to the committee stage to deal with the Indicom bill.
Members, the question is that the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
It won't take long.
Question committee.
So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman? No, I won't. Yes. I think, Madam Chairman, what I did, Madam Chairman, is to get a brief from the technical persons, AG Chambers, and also to get from Mr. Hugh Faulkner how many cases, and you can see detailed about 18 cases that were started and tried. I think, Madam Chairman, although a fairly lengthy statement was provided by the Ministry of Justice, which I've circulated to my colleagues, the key thing, Madam Chairman, is that the government is asserting that the acts, this is the last page, that the acts done by the Commission and its staff were done in good faith. This can be disproved or proved in a court of law, as the bill does not confer conclusiveness, finality, or unquestionability on the part of acts. Only when it is proven that the acts were not done in good faith, that is, they were done in bad faith or malice, would a cause of action lie. So, Madam Speaker, the point is that even while approving the validation, if one of the 18 police officers who were charged and prosecuted can demonstrate that it was not done in good faith, and they can prove to the court of law, they would still have a cause of action. And, Madam Speaker, in discussion with the Minister of National Security, we are cognizant that if there are such persons who can provide, a good affidavit, good application to show that the matter was done in bad faith, it is a matter that the Attorney General Chambers would look at in consideration of a favorable outcome. But for the moment, the idea is that overall, because most of the acts were done by an honest, good faith interpretation of the acts, that we should just validate until the contrary is proven.
Read this section again, the amendment.
No, it's not so much a section, Madam Speaker, but the end of the statement toward the last paragraph, last two paragraphs, where it said, though the government is asserting that the acts done by the Commission, the Commissioner and its staff were done in good faith, this can be disproved or proved in a court of law, as the bill does not confer conclusiveness, finality, or unquestionability on the part of acts. Only when it is proven that the acts were not done in good faith, that is, they were done in bad faith or malice, would a cause of action lie.
You have something?
Would be the court would make that decision. Yes,
Yeah, Minister, just a query and a comment. By any chance, was the opinion of the AG ever sought on in this matter?
Absolutely, indeed. I can tell you, Madam Chairman, this statement took some time because the whole validation process took a long time, as you can see. And there was a lot of to and fro with the Attorney General Chambers. And you can be assured that this statement was examined by the SG.
Minister, have you considered whether, given in all the circumstance, whether the government may consider or have considered at least the cost to the officers in defending themselves?
I'm not making any promise, but you heard my earlier position.
Yeah. No, I heard that, but I think it would take
No, I can't make any promise, nor...
No, I didn't say what you're promising. I just said, would was that considered, or might that be considered? Not to take a position, but to consider.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the point is that if there are 18 persons who we have identified, if they can, you know, on a reasonable grounds, demonstrate that they went to unnecessary expenses and demonstrated that they, as a member cousin have said, that make that point, and therefore it's a matter that we would want to put behind us.
Yeah, no. So I'm just saying, before I understand the good faith argument, but even before that, or whether even if they may not be able to prove good faith, given all that has happened around this piece of legislation and its implementation, all that have happened.
Member. The position of the government is that the commissioner and its staff did so in good faith. However, if it can be demonstrated that there are some cases where, on the balance of probability, it looked like bad faith, and therefore there's a cause of action, it is something that the government must look at. Agree?
That's slightly different.
Are we in committee?
We're at committee stage, yes.
That's a slightly different question. I understand the good faith point. That's clear to me. I'm just asking whether in all the circumstances, given the fact that in a way we had to have gone this far, so there's some clarification, some clarity around this issue, that in the meantime, actors, state actors, in pursuit of their duties,
yes,
were prosecuted or are being prosecuted, whether as a matter of consideration, whether it is ex gratia or whatever the basis.
No.
Because that costs.
No. With due respect, as I read, and the instructions that I have, is that these matters were done in good faith. But the contrary can be proven, or can be alleged, and that's the point I'm making.
Madam Chair, we're in committee. It's a little unusual, the procedure we're following, because normally committees are clause-by-clause analysis.
No, we did, we started.
You were not here last week. We did it.
We did it. We're now at
No,
clause 7.
I was here last week. But what I'm saying is unusual about it is that there was a minister, but wasn't taken at statements by ministers. We went into committee, and then an extract from it was read by the minister. It's a little unusual.
No, please, let us get it right. It may appear to have been a ministerial statement. It was not intended to be. The idea is that I did ask my staff to provide me with a brief. It is really a ministerial brief that I can provide to my colleagues on the other side to show why the matter should proceed. It was never meant to be a ministerial statement.
Forgive me, it is headed ministerial statement.
It does. I mean, it was never meant to be.
Yes. And it says statement on the bill. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Question for you, Minister. I've looked at the clause and I've heard what you have to say on it. Again, from my standpoint, this is a very different arena of validation to that which we're accustomed to in here. Normally, when we validate things here, we validate monies which have been collected either as a tax or some other impost, where the necessary legal authorization due to a technicality or an inadvertent oversight was not in place. And so there was a question as to the legality of the collection, and in order to protect the revenue, we validate. That happens a lot. Far too often, in fact, as we've said many, many times. In this instance, what we're doing is somewhat different. Here we have Parliament descending into the arena of persons' rights, rights arising out of state power being used in a particular way against individuals. In fact, in this instance, these individuals are themselves agents of the state. These are police officers. And it has been held that the power to prosecute them did not exist under the Act. Now, no doubt, they thought it did exist. I don't think that's the question. I think anybody would dare to try and advance the argument that they proceeded knowing that there was no such power. No doubt they thought they had the power, but the courts have ruled they didn't have it. And the question then arises, should Parliament be descending into that arena and effectively extinguishing the rights of those persons who were...
No. With due respect,
let me finish.
So doing.
Allow the member to
Yes,
finish.
please, allow me to finish. You may disagree with the choice of words. You can correct it afterwards. But effectively, barring the right to assert a claim for redress, compensation, arising from a prosecution and the incidents of a prosecution, which could include detention and certainly facing the force of the law in criminal proceedings, having been pursued against that individual without authority of law. So we are, in effect, giving Indicom and its employees a statutory defense to any liability for that. To my mind, the question is, why are we intervening in this arena to do that? Let the courts adjudicate those cases if those cases are indeed brought by those police officers. So that's a general problem I have with the approach being taken to this. But I have a specific question for you, Minister, and it's this. The clause, which is 7.3, makes reference to arrests executed or criminal prosecutions initiated or conducted in good faith. Now, I'm wondering who has the burden of proof in relation to good faith in this matter? And before you quickly answer, in the context of the state of emergency regulations, where the Minister of National Security can issue a certificate giving a similar clothing the agents of the state there with a similar immunity, it raises a presumption of good faith. That's what the effect of the certificate is. In this instance, there's no certificate. There is just a language in the clause that says that if these acts were done in good faith, then no suit, prosecution, or legal proceedings whatsoever, whether civil or criminal, shall be instituted or maintained in any court. Now, typically how it would work is Officer A, feeling aggrieved within the limitation period applicable to tort, which is 6 years from the cause of action accruing, would initiate proceedings by filing a claim, a fixed-date claim form, and would have to set out their cause of action, which, whether it be wrongful imprisonment, false, malicious prosecution, whatever it is, an action recognized by law, and would pray and aid the fact that the courts have ruled that the authority to prosecute didn't exist. Then the state, no doubt, acting on behalf, or the individuals against whom the proceedings were brought, or both, would file a defense. And then that defense would set out this provision. This would be the defense. The question is, do they have to show they acted in good faith? Or is it an ingredient of the cause of action of the claimant? They have to prove that it wasn't in good faith. And that's very critical, because the information as to whether good faith was there or not would not really lie with the claimant. The claimant wouldn't have that information. So really the burden of proof ought to lie on the defendant to show that they were acting in good faith. In the SOE regulations, that is achieved for them by the certificate of the minister, which then throws the burden, because of the presumption which it specifically and expressly gives rise to under the regulations themselves, throws the burden back on the claimant. But in this instance, there's no presumption. There's no certificate. So I'm asking, who would bear that burden of proof?
Clearly, the applicant, who would be the officer charged, who is the complainant, has that burden which they may well have to prove on a balance of probability. No, the position is the applicant who claims has the duty to prove. So to the extent that they will have to prove bad faith, the point is that I agree with you, this is a most unusual situation. But as was pointed out in this brief, in the case of Clark recently dealt with and Tinglin, One of the issues before the court was whether good faith certificates, which operate to indemnify an officer, infringe a principle of separation of powers and would have been unconstitutional. The Supreme Court, in determining that the certificates were in fact constitutional, regarded good faith as qualifying words that do not confer conclusiveness, finality, or unquestionability on the certificate. The court noted that the certificate was open to challenge and the officer would be proceeded against if it could be proved that good faith did not exist at the relevant time. This ruling was upheld by the court. The point is, what this section is doing is to say that all the cases, it could have been 1,000, 100 cases, but there were 18, that those officers who did it under the misinterpretation that they had prosecutorial powers, that they acted in good faith. Now, there may be, and I would not deny that, one or two who may feel that they pursue it and the officer can prove that you didn't do so in good faith. And therefore, that officer, maybe one, two, or several of the 18, who can prove that it was not done in good faith, and in those circumstances would have a cause of action. So what I'm really saying is that what this bill is endeavoring to do is to say, as a presumption, the commissioner, his officers, who proceeded wrongly, admitted wrongly, but acted in good faith to prosecute, that they should be validated. But I cannot deny that there could be some who did not so proceed, at which point the officer would have a case.
Just to say that this issue about good faith or not is not really normally relevant to the kind of cause of action that would be brought in a scenario where somebody has been prosecuted unlawfully. So it's not a defense, typically. What this does is to say that it is a defense, but the question is who has to prove it?
No, but
in other words, it's not normally a claimant has to prove the facts that support the cause of action they're suing on.
But
this is a defense that somebody would be raising, now, which typically they would have to establish. Now, in the SOE regulations, there's a certificate which enables it to be established as a presumption for them by the minister. But that mechanism isn't introduced by this.
No, but if I might say so, members, even if we don't validate those cases, so we leave it open to the 18 officers to prosecute, they still have to prove bad faith, if you understand. In other words, all that would happen is that the state would still argue, as I am now arguing, that the prosecution was done in good faith. So it is still those officers who would still have to show why it was done in bad faith. So all we're doing is to protect those officers who would have done it in good faith, to validate them without validating those one or two officers who may, with emphasis on may, have acted in bad faith.
Well, for some causes of action may require good faith or lack of good faith to be shown.
Sure.
But others may not.
Admittedly.
Like trespass to the person, that would not be relevant to the cause of action. So it just depends on how the case is brought.
No, but
why don't we leave it then? Since you're saying that good faith is a defense under the common law to potential liability, why are we enacting this rather than leaving it on a case-by-case basis to be determined by the courts, rather than interfering with the potential rights of persons who are aggrieved?
No, but you're not. And that is where we are at cross purposes.
Well, if we're not, then why do you have the clause?
Because,
the
member,
clause is doing
because
that.
Member, you and I will agree that all the cases between 2013 and 2018, that those should be validated. Agree? No, we have agreed to that.
Yes. You mean while the court had ruled that the
Once the court had ruled.
Yes.
So all the cases between 2013 and 2018 would be validated.
I think that's a legitimate position to take.
Right.
Yeah.
And what we are saying is that those cases are not dissimilar to those that were done between 2010 and 2013.
They are dissimilar, Minister. They are dissimilar. And that's, Minister, we are at clause 7.3 at committee stage. And that's where I wanted to go. It's a simple cure. We are here looking at the bill. And the issue is with the date that is being proposed. You are proposing that from the very day Indicom came into operation.
Sorry?
You are proposing that from the very instant Indicom came into operation, that they should be indemnified. We are at a point where we have a meeting of the minds between both sides, that as at the 30th of July, when the first instance ruling was made, that it could be reasonably presumed that the officers were acting in good faith at that time.
Yes.
So the simple proposal is to just adjust the date, at 7.3, just the date, and we'll be over this debate.
No,
but what you're proposing, Minister, is that we allow what is in the current clause to remain, even though we are presented with the information that there are 18 officers who would have been wrongfully arrested and charged and prosecuted. And I gather from what you are saying is that the government is not averse.
If bad faith can be shown.
Yes, it's not averse. So why not just adjust the date in the clause?
No, but with due respect.
What is difficult in that?
No,
that's what I'm trying to understand.
No, with due respect. We're saying that there are officers who acted in good faith between 2010, 2011, and 2013. They need to be validated. If any of them acted in bad faith and it can be proven by the police officers, let them proceed.
Why do they need to be validated if you can't succeed against them unless you can prove bad faith? You have said that in order to succeed against them, you'd have to establish that they acted without bad faith. So why do you want the statute to get into the arena now and say essentially the same thing, when that is, you're saying, is what the law would otherwise require? To me, we're interfering in the rights of citizens in an area which is sensitive, which is the liberty of the subject, which is what this impacts. And I'm not seeing a compelling case for doing so, because you've told me that the case can't succeed against them unless the officer can show that they acted without good faith. So if that is the case, why do we need 7.3 at all?
And also, Minister, just to add to that, that we are dealing with two state actors. We're not dealing with a private citizen in their private capacity and the state. We're dealing with police officers who were in certain circumstances, briefed before operations, went on lawful operations, and would have interacted with a citizen, resulting in some charges being brought against the police officer. And so what we're doing now is providing a statutory defense.
Madam Chairman.
To deprive these officers of their rights.
Madam Chairman, once again, I ask for an adjournment, because the truth of the matter is that the Attorney General's chambers, my technical people, feel that we should pass the law as is. But I will get further instructions, and I'll ask for a further adjournment.
I appreciate that.
The question, therefore, before the House is that we do adjourn the discussion, suspend the discussion on the bill and return to it. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill is now suspended. The House now resumes its sitting.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the public business be now enacted to enable that we go to public business so as to enable the chairman of the House Committee to close.
Members, we now move to the item on the agenda, public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The standing orders committee met primarily to review the amendments to the standing order as it relates to the introduction of a caucus of women parliamentarians. All right. So very quickly, primarily as it relates to Standing Order 73, the caucus of women parliamentarians, notwithstanding the provisions of 68.3, will establish a sectional select committee, and as it relates to 76, a joint select committee. I don't think I will go through reading it all, but the caucus of women shall consist of female members of the House to sit jointly with female members of the Senate. The caucus will elect its chairperson, chairwoman, or chair. All female members shall be deemed members of the caucus unless they formally communicate their decision to be removed from said caucus, and the quorum of the caucus shall be such as the caucus may decide. Section 73.2 details all the duty and responsibility of the caucus of women parliamentarians, and is not limited to, but including reviewing the legislation plans and programs to ensure that we approach same with a gender perspective, to include its impact on men, women, boys, and girls. Receive submission from citizens and organizations. Networking, building solidarity, supporting capacity building, particularly as it relates to women within the House, providing caucus members professional development, engaging in advocacy and lobbying on specific policy themes, and organizing meetings where relevant or required with organizations in order to seek or obtain such information on their activities as may be of public interest as we so deem. Persons may take the opportunity to read through in detail. However, earlier today, minor amendments were passed, and it is now established the first time in Jamaica, the caucus of women parliamentarians of all the women of the House. We must acknowledge and show gratitude to the Clerk of the House and her staff for the invaluable assistance and kind courtesies extended during the entire extent of this meeting. Member Brown-Burke, would you like to say anything before we close?
With your permission, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to see the report from the Standing Orders Committee that actually deals with the resolution that's relating to the caucus of women. Again, restating the remit, and also I note appropriately that a minor change was made in terms of removing the word shall, which would lead to a compulsory review of all related laws to me, which I think makes perfect sense. I also note the decision to allow remote meetings, remote voting, and so on, which in the modern era and with where we are is most appropriate. And so I think that is so. I know that many individuals, many women inside the house and outside the house, that they are in fact looking for the actual, not just establishment now, but the work of the caucus. I am looking forward to it as well, and hoping that we might be able to lead the way in the house of looking at the work we do really through non-partisan lens, and most importantly, to make sure we are focused on how our policies, our laws, and our actions affect men, women, and children differently, so that the decisions that we make are most appropriate for individuals in our society as we consider issues confronting us. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now close the debate on the motion and ask that the report be so adopted and approved.
Members, the question is that the report brought by the Deputy Leader, by the Chairman, Deputy Speaker, be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The report has been adopted.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of items statement by ministers, and also for notices of motions given orally to allow for the Prime Minister to make a statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question is that we have the recommittal of the items, statements by ministers, and notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Statements by ministers. Prime Minister, the Honourable Andrew Holness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you would know that we are now in graduation season. And Madam Speaker, I do have one such event to attend, but the nation's business comes first, even though the graduation is special to me. Madam Speaker, I will therefore try to move through very quickly. And though I have not said it, I ask for the understanding of the House. Madam Speaker, I intend to table today in this Honourable House a green paper and a ministry paper containing job descriptions for members of Parliament and for ministers of government, respectively. But before I table them, Madam Speaker, I want to set out the broader national context of what this government is doing in terms of the reform of the public sector and the public bureaucracy. Madam Speaker, I can say without equivocation and without fear of contradiction that this government has undertaken the most ambitious and far-reaching programs of transformation and reform since our independence. Madam Speaker, fiscal and monetary reforms, including work to establish the Fiscal Commission and the independence of the central bank, the only indication, Madam Speaker, that we need to show in this House is that our debt to GDP ratio is now at 74%. 74%. And I hear the complaints of the people, but I would like to say to them, Madam Speaker, your government is doing what is necessary to address the issues that affect you. But we do them in systematic, logical, cohesive, strategic ways that when the change happens, it lifts all ships in the harbor. Not just some are over there or over there. Everybody's lifted at once. That's why we do transformational reforms, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have reformed the financial management of public bodies. You know, Madam Speaker, 5 years ago, well, no, 10 years ago, a decade ago, before we took over, the government was always at risk of some fiscal shock internally due to a poorly run public body. Madam Speaker, when last have you heard of a public body being a fiscal threat to the government? We have transformed that. There are, I hear the leader of the opposition, there are institutions that could be. But, Madam Speaker, we have put in place the mechanisms to manage them. Madam Speaker, we just need to look at the Water Commission and how, for the first time, you hear that the Water Commission has turned a profit. Madam Speaker, we are transforming our public infrastructure with massive projects in new highways, local roads, water, sewage, and parks, without question. And in as much as we hear the complaints about the local roads, Madam Speaker, if the truth be told, no other administration has done the work that we have done in building and improving infrastructure. Madam Speaker, transformation of the housing and shelter sector, leading to more housing solutions coming to the market at a faster pace. Madam Speaker, when you look around Kingston, you drive into Mandeville, you're going to Montego Bay, all you can see, Madam Speaker, is construction, people building. Madam Speaker, the transformation of our urban spaces by developing purpose-built urban centers to accommodate commerce, production, residences, and recreation is underway in full force, Madam Speaker. You know, I invite the leader of the opposition to just tour Bernard Lodge and see how that is building out nicely. Madam Speaker, he should take a tour down to the Morant Bay Urban Center to see how that is building out nicely. And we have, Madam Speaker, Boundbrook in Portland ready to come in a few months, and a few others that were on the books are now reaching that point where they can be deployed. Madam Speaker, the modernization of our laws and the infrastructure and public transportation that gave us some problems a few months ago. But the new law is in place. The new trafficking ticket system is in place and is working. And we are seeing the impact. Road accidents, crashes are slowly decreasing. But over time, you will begin to see the improvement and the impact because this administration has had the guts, has had the strength to put in place, don't worry about it, to put in place the measures, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the quality of life, which includes how you are able to traverse in the country, is improved. Madam Speaker, in a few months we will have our smart buses on the road. And I know the complaints regarding public passenger transport. The rolling stock that we have has been depleted. But we're not just going to replace it with the conventional rolling stock, Madam Speaker. We're going to replace them with smarter, better rolling stock. We're going to replace them with electric buses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have engaged in the unprecedented capacity building and service orientation transformation of the JDF and the JCF, both in personnel, leadership, doctrine, infrastructure, material and equipment and technology. Madam Speaker, when we visited with the JCF in their display that they had at the arena, I felt proud, as all Jamaicans who visited felt proud of the JCF. Our JCF is transforming before our very eyes. Madam Speaker, the long-needed transformation of our education system is now underway. And related to that, the transformation of the Heart Trust NSTA to become more closely aligned with the skills demands of industry, that has already begun. Madam Speaker, you can feel the impact of the government's recent move to ensure that all Jamaicans can access skills training without paying a fee. Madam Speaker, we are seeing an increase in the interest of our young people in getting skills training. Madam Speaker, we have begun the long talked about reform of our constitutional arrangements. What is the lesson from all of these reforms? And I've just given you a partial list. The lesson is, Madam Speaker, is that others talk about it. Some wish it could happen. Some dream of it. Some tell you that they have a pipeline. But it is this administration, Madam Speaker, that is doing. It is this administration, Madam Speaker, that is getting things done. It is this administration that is making changes in the country. Change, Madam Speaker, is never easy. Never easy. And there is always, Madam Speaker, a creature called a political entrepreneur. Who is that person? The political entrepreneur exists in the gap between implementation and results. While you are implementing, you don't see the results. And so the political entrepreneur takes advantage of the gap between implementation and results to try to tell the public that it won't happen, that it's not going to happen. They try to mislead the public. They try to monetize. There's a term that they use. They monetize misinformation and they monetize discontent. And we are noting, Madam Speaker, that there are many political entrepreneurs around. So, Madam Speaker, don't worry. I'm just, Madam Speaker, you notice how animated that side is, Madam Speaker. You notice how animated that side is. But, Madam Speaker, you have the political entrepreneurs who will try to take advantage, Madam Speaker. But, you know, Madam Speaker, we have been pursuing change without fear. It takes courage to do that. A member on that side stood in this house and said something very profound, former chairman of the PNP. You cannot have change without confrontation. He said that, stood right there. And it means, Madam Speaker, that as we seek to change Jamaica, we will come up against deep-seated beliefs, perspectives that have been well established.
Prime Minister. Your time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Prime Minister's time be extended sufficiently for him to complete his statement.
Members, the question before the House is that the Prime Minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the members of the House. I see the opposition is enjoying the presentation.
I agree.
Madam Speaker, despite the magnitude and far-reaching scale of the reforms, the constant cry from the people is that the government is not implementing fast enough. How do we accelerate the pace of implementation? We are all aware that as a country for decades we have faced an implementation deficit. We are a nation full of creative and innovative ideas and solutions, but we have consistently fallen down in implementation. Why is this? For decades, we have slowly depleted the capacity of the public service. And when I say capacity, I do not necessarily mean the number of persons. I mean the capabilities, competencies, skills, and enterprise, most importantly, enterprise and motivation of the public service. Madam Speaker, for decades, we have undervalued and underinvested in the public service. As a country, we have faced a brain drain for a long time now, with many of our best and brightest leaving the country. The public sector has faced a double whammy, losing staff not only as a result of migration overseas, but locally to the private sector. For many years, Jamaica has lost some of its brightest and most promising civil servants because they do not see the compensation as benefiting their qualification or befitting their potential. The work of the ministries, Madam Speaker, is highly dependent on their leadership as well as the quality of their supporting staff. Many permanent secretaries oversee and manage budgets that exceed the size of those in large private sector companies. They make consequential decisions, but for decades, we have undervalued them and the critical roles they play. We are not going to be able to achieve the transformations that we need in this country, and importantly, at the speed at which we need to achieve them, without attracting more of our best minds and talent into the public service, both at the administrative level and at the level of the political directorate. This is why we have undertaken the most comprehensive restructuring of the public sector in our history, right through from the very bottom of the scale to the top of the scale. Successive governments have spoken about the critical importance of doing this, and there were several attempts in the past to simplify the compensation system and adjust wages to approximate market salaries. In the mid-1980s, there was the Administrative Reform Program. This was only focused on the salaries of senior-level public workers and their support staff. It was not universally applied to the public sector. In the mid-1990s, there was an agreement to move public sector salaries to 80% of market. That is the origin of the promise to the teachers by the administration of the day that teachers would be moved to 80% of market. This was not done at the time. It was partially done for some public sector groups, but not for the teachers. In 2000s, in the early 2000s, the government of the day implemented 2 tranches of the increases that were proposed in the 90s for the central government, but then had to suspend further increases, and in fact, implemented a wage freeze shortly thereafter in 2004. Those of you who were in the parliament would recall that that was the first time in a long time that MPs and ministers' salaries were raised in 2002. Back then, there was a similar outcry, and the Prime Minister Pattison at the time as was the suggestion that was done time and time before, he empaneled the Clark Committee to review the salary increases occasioned by the commitment of increasing central government salaries to 80% of market. But you know what happened, Madam Speaker? When the Clark Committee tabled its report, you know what the government at the day did? They appointed a special parliamentary group headed by the Minister of Finance to review the committee, to determine what in that committee would be accepted and what would not be accepted. Now, mind you, some good things came out of it. For example, the subvention that MPs get now to supplement their offices was as a result of that. And some other changes were made. But, Madam Speaker, the point to note here is that if each time there has to be a salary increase for the Parliament, then we have to go put in a committee and another committee to review a committee, that doesn't change the fundamental issue, because here we are again, 20 years later, without any adjustment to market, debating the same issue. While the public has a legitimate view about its politicians and their deservingness of being paid, we need to lead the public in the correct understanding of the issues. We are cast in an old mold of looking at our problems. And one thing we know is that the old approaches that got us into the problem in the first place will not get us out of the problem. And if you have been trying the same thing over and over again and the problem still exists, you know what Albert Einstein said about that? We have to take a different approach. It really does hurt me personally, Madam Speaker, when I listen to the public discourse. Because, yes, it makes common sense, but it is not common intelligence. How are we going to solve these problems if we take the ordinary and reflex approach? When other countries with similar challenges like us, and I dare say point out Singapore, they took a different approach to the problem. And they got a far better result. Well, not just Singapore. We have New Zealand as well. But more to come. Because as your former chairman said, leadership requires that even if you become unpopular, you must stand up and confront the people. Because my interest is for the betterment of the people of Jamaica. And those who continue to feed into the common sense without leading with intelligence do not mean the people of this country any good. They do not mean you any good. It is only political entrepreneurism. So, Madam Speaker, in 2008, the Golding administration brought teachers, I want this to be on the record, in 2008, the commitment that was made in the 1990s, we took the decision to bring teachers up to 80% of market. We also started the process of the adjustment for the health sector, and that process was implemented in 2013. But you know what happened after that, Madam Speaker? The government had to implement a wage freeze. None of the previous adjustments that were made to salaries were ever comprehensive, and none of them were sustainable. In fact, due to the country's fiscal state, rounds of compensation adjustments were followed by rounds of high inflation, financial crises, and the implementation of wage freezes, which eroded the value of the increased salaries, and made public sector salaries uncompetitive. So we got caught in a cycle. And that's why we are here today. This is the first time in our economic history that any government has substantially and sustainably adjusted compensation at the scale and at the pace being undertaken by this government. That is without contradiction, without fear of criticism. This administration has done that. Madam Speaker, regardless of what you hear about who is complaining about what, who didn't get this amount of increase and anomalies and all the attempts to mislead, the fact is that over $100 billion has been added to the wage bill to reasonably approximate market compensation. $100 billion. Now you tell me which other government has done that. You can talk about caring for the people. You can talk about you love the people. You can talk about that you're going to do for the people. But this government has allocated in its budget $100 billion of sustainable increases to the salaries of the public sector workers of this country. Not talk, action. Action. And what we hear, Madam Speaker, is who didn't get and who didn't get enough. But you know what didn't come out? How many people are now using their what you call it, the retroactive. You say, I didn't take any retroactive, so I don't even know what it looked like. Buying cars, paying down on houses, adding on to their house, increasing their savings. One teacher told me that she now can hire, Madam Speaker, she now can hire a little helper to take care of her child and mother, give her mother a break. These are some of the changes and improvement in the quality of life of the people, because the government has run the country so well that it can give you a salary increase without worrying that next year you're going to get wage freeze. And that is why, Madam Speaker, it burns me when I hear the nonsense that people talking. No other government has done that. And I stand in this parliament, Madam Speaker, and say, that all the lies and misinformation that is being spewed by the political entrepreneurs, that this government is not going to sit back. You hear what the member said over there? He said, oh, this sounds like 2015. Madam Speaker, let it be well known that this Prime Minister has the ability, anytime I feel to turn it on, to get back in the public domain and let the people know that we will not be misled. Madam Speaker, I was just fooling. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was just fooling, because while they are out there spreading lies and misinformation, we were busy working. Madam Speaker, don't worry about that. Madam Speaker, not only have we increased, I won't deal with that part of it too, because, you know, some people want elections. Don't worry. Careful what you wish for. Madam Speaker, not only have we increased the wage of the average public sector worker. But we have also improved, Madam Speaker, we have improved the human resource management system around public sector jobs and compensation reform. Long-standing inequities and anomalies have been or are being resolved. It is a painstaking exercise, and I know that some of our public sector workers feel that they are not being heard or that the process is taking too long. We must always bear in mind that in resolving the anomalies, we cannot create new inequities and complexities. Our public sector workers can be assured of our commitment to keep working through their concerns to reach a satisfactory resolution. Madam Speaker, the restructuring and realignment of public sector compensation is just the beginning of a multi-year journey towards improving the efficiency and effectiveness of both the administrative and political arms of our public service. There are those who hold the view that public service, particularly the political side of it, must be a calling, and those who offer themselves must do so without expectation of commensurate remuneration. There are others, Madam Speaker, who believe that there is no need to properly pay public servants, particularly politicians, because they will supplement their income through informal, opaque, or corrupt means. This is the commonly shared thinking that has driven our approach to compensating holders of public office, both administrative and political, in this country since independence. Where has it gotten us? Where? Are we any more efficient? Is our service any better because we have been paying public servants and politicians less? While we must acknowledge that these views are not without some groundings in our history and lived experience, there comes a time in the life of any society where we must approach the problem from a different angle and apply new thinking and perspectives. Madam Speaker, if Jamaica is to achieve its immense potential, we must change the philosophy that has guided our approach to public sector compensation since our independence. It is crucial to recognize the importance of professionalizing the public service through commensurate compensation and enforcement of standards, rather than relying on the altruism of the public servants and the chance that they will make the best effort in serving the country. That's what we're changing. That is the core of what we are trying to do. And yes, the history of the country suggests that politicians have not always been faithful to the standards. Public servants have not always been faithful to the standards. But there comes a time when there is change, and the country must recognize that we are changing this dynamic. If it's one thing that will happen as a result of this administration, is that this problem is now solved. No other generation has to deal with it, regardless of the political cost. The history books will be kind to us. While the spirit of selflessness and dedication to the nation are necessary and admirable attributes, depending on them alone is not a sustainable approach to building a competent and efficient public sector. Offering competitive and fair compensation is necessary in improving the motivation of the office holder. It relieves the strain of everyday life and lessens the distracting and debilitating impact of personal financial security on worker output. Reasonable compensation allows public servants to meet their financial obligations, reducing the temptation for corruption, thereby preserving integrity in public institutions. The adjusted compensation will attract and retain essential talent in the public sector, particularly those who are public service oriented, but could not sustain themselves at the old compensation levels. Now, theoretically, we expect that adequate remuneration incentivizes high performance and ensures a diverse pool of qualified workers to increase output and service. However, Madam Speaker, we know that this is not automatically so. Along with improved compensation, there must also be a well-articulated and transparent performance measurement and accountability framework. The other side of the compensation reform, which we have just completed, which is to do all the job descriptions and peg salaries to market and put in place a hierarchy of salary scales. The other side of the compensation reform is the implementation of the performance-based system and an accountability framework. And this was agreed to be implemented in the next 2 years. So, Madam Speaker, in the debate on public sector compensation, there are those who have expressed the view that they take no issue with fair and reasonable market-based compensation for the public, including the political directorate, but the accountability for governance and performance should come first. While I understand this perspective, given the scale and complexity of the reform and the need to strike agreement with so many circumstantially diverse bargaining units, it would be impractical and possibly could delay the full implementation of the reform. The better course of action is, as we have adopted, to implement the adjusted compensation element first. We have the other element lined up and it's being executed now, it's being developed. Madam Speaker, the development of a performance-based system of remuneration is a very complex and potentially contentious undertaking. It took us from 2017 to now to do the compensation review, just to initiate it, get the consultants, do all the work. But, Madam Speaker, the very act of developing the compensation review in terms of, as I said, doing the job descriptions with compensable elements creates a framework and gives you targets against which effort can be measured. So in effect, Madam Speaker, we already start to see the outlines of what could become the performance-based and accountability framework. So once we have a system that rewards workers by the merit of their efforts and the weight of their responsibilities in achieving total output, then compensation must be aligned with effort and responsibility. So we're almost there. So we have done the alignments with effort and responsibility. We have outlined the jobs. We have looked at what elements should be compensated in the jobs. We are now at a point where we have to put in place a system now of setting agreed targets and how they are measured and what portion of compensation would be assigned to efforts. And that, you know, it takes up negotiation. You have to work with the unions. You have to test out the systems. You have to put in place the technology that is going to do it. It takes a little time, but we're giving ourselves 2 years to get that element in place. So, Madam Speaker, the first part of the compensation review, adjusting salaries and establishing non-overlapping scales that account for the hierarchy of responsibility, control, and direction, has largely set the framework for a performance-based system to be fully developed and implemented. Madam Speaker, in my first term, I announced my intention to have job letters published for ministers, and what has not been said, but internally, we started a process of developing a performance-based system to be first applied to permanent secretaries. This was running in parallel with the consultancy work on the compensation review. So, Madam Speaker, we were actually going to start the performance-based system Before we started the compensation, we thought about it from that perspective. And I did indicate that we would put out job letters, meaning job descriptions as they are called. But, Madam Speaker, after careful consideration, it was agreed with the Ministry of Finance that it would be more efficient, it would be a more efficient use of resources and more effective management to roll all efforts into universal reform of the public service, including the job letters for ministers and the executive level performance-based system. And it made good sense, Madam Speaker. Instead of doing it in a piecemeal way where we do a piece here and we do a piece there, put it together in one systematic effort. Because you really need to have, as I said before, the hierarchy of responsibilities that match compensation. So as a result, in 2019, instructions were given to prepare these job descriptions for ministers, and the Transformation Implementation Unit submitted a draft in 2021 after the dislocation of the COVID-19 pandemic. The notion that reform is piecemeal or puts the cart before the horse is totally wrong. While we have not been able to communicate all that we have been doing, as several elements are not mature to the point where they could become a reality, the transformation unfolding before our eyes is the most significant and comprehensive effort ever undertaken in the history of Jamaica to achieve an efficient and effective public sector. Madam Speaker, my government is committed to the highest standards of governance for this country. Good governance includes the conduct and performance of our ministers, our members of parliament, the members of the civil service, and the broader public service. The country must have a clear sense of what is required for parliamentarians and ministers. Madam Speaker, I am tabling today job descriptions for members of parliament, and this is being tabled as a green paper. And for ministers, we are tabling their job descriptions, and this is being tabled as a white paper. So the white paper, Madam Speaker, is already determined. It is now government policy. The green paper, the committee to be established will have the opportunity to review, make amendments, and to finalize. These will set out strategic objectives of the post, its purpose, reporting and accountability, the key deliverables and responsibility areas, performance standards, competencies, contacts, and the working conditions. In proposing a job description, we are not suggesting anything new or outside our laws and constitution. However, few people have a full appreciation of what the appointment requires or the election to be a member of parliament requires. It is hoped that this job description will help members of the public better appreciate and understand the roles and responsibilities of ministers and members of parliament. Madam Speaker, good governance also means holding our parliamentarians and ministers to the highest standard of conduct. We will prepare, discuss, agree, and implement codes of conduct for parliamentarians and for ministers. It has been more than 20 years since the country turned its attention to a formal declaration of the conduct of ministers in Ministry Paper number 19, 2002. In that paper, the country was invited to accept the UK Nolan Committee's report or proposal of the 7 principles of public life, including selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Those 7 principles are as enduring now as when they were first presented. However, we contemplate that we need to develop further guidance to implement those principles in a much better way. Every minister in the cabinet is bounded by the Code of Conduct in Ministry Paper 19, 2002. So I want that point, Madam Speaker, to be cemented. The cabinet is not without a code of conduct. There is a code of conduct that has existed for 20 years, which members on that side, when they were in the cabinet, were also bounded by. Madam Speaker, the principles of public life must apply to anyone in the public service or who works as a public office holder. Most especially, these principles must also apply to our members of Parliament. The Parliament, through its Joint Select Committee, will be invited to note the approved job description for ministers and further develop and refine the job description for members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's challenges are not unique by any means. Many other countries face challenges in establishing codes of conduct for their parliamentarians. A quick survey would suggest that the following countries have discussed publicly or have established codes of conduct for their parliaments: Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, Ghana, India, Japan, Kenya, Mexico, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Nigeria, Norway, South Africa, South Korea, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Some codes are based on legislation, so the Parliament actually passes a law, while others are found in whole or in part on parliamentary resolutions. And of course, many of these countries have not been able to implement the codes fully. So, Madam Speaker, it is a process. So codes are not developed overnight, because many of the codes require consensus. The body for which the code is to be applied will sit and work through the codes, because it is in that process that the commitment to keeping the code, if it is not legislated, is established. So many of the countries that I have named here, they are in the process of establishing their codes and working through, so they may have settled on a code for certain behaviors in Parliament, but they may not have resolved conflicts of interest as yet. So they are all working at various stages. Eventually, they will have a full set of guidelines and conducts for their members. If we focus on the Commonwealth countries, for example, as of March 2022, the Federal Parliament of Australia did not have a parliamentary code of conduct, although all but one Australian state and territory did. So, some local parliaments have it, but the central parliament, the central government, the state parliament, the national parliament did not have it. So again, it can come in different forms. Madam Speaker, in the United Kingdom, there is a code of conduct for the House of Commons based on rules adopted in 2012. There were earlier resolutions setting codes of conduct in 1996 and 2002. The current style is to establish the code setting out the purpose, scope, duties of the members, and general principles of conduct, being the Nolan principles, which I referred to earlier. The rules of conduct and upholding the code, Madam Speaker, is declared a matter for the Parliament, that is the UK Houses of Parliament, and they have a common standards committee that treats with these matters. So they have a code of conduct and they have a House committee that monitors and enforces the code of conduct. Madam Speaker, in 2013, Ghana established a code of conduct for its parliamentarians, essentially reinforcing the Nolan principles of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. And again, Madam Speaker, the enforcement of the Ghanaian code of conduct is by its parliament. So, Madam Speaker, there are many examples, but this very short survey should remind us that Jamaica's journey towards establishing a code of conduct is not a unique one, but it is a journey that this Parliament must start. Madam Speaker, the Joint Select Committee will also consider certain working documents towards developing our own code of conduct, which will include the ministry paper I alluded to earlier, Ministry Paper 19/2002. This code should set the standard for appropriate conduct and guide how the standards should be understood and interpreted. Most importantly, the Code of Conduct must hold the Houses of Parliament to enforce the conduct on their members. The development of the Code of Conduct is an important exercise in the agency and maturity of the Jamaican Parliament. It cannot be good for this institution that the society must tell us the standards to which we must adhere. We are not a parliament of children. We must be the body that leads the setting of standards and carry the people with us. This is what accountability means. It means we take responsibility for ourselves. The committee will also be asked to establish a reporting and accountability framework for members to include standard periodic reports to Parliament on the work of MPs in their constituencies, the use of public resources such as the CDF, and the engagements that the MPs have with constituents. The attendance and participation of members in the House and committees will also be tracked and action determined for absences beyond a set threshold. So, Madam Speaker, this committee will be asked to establish an accountability framework for how its members operate. We have to take charge of our own actions. We must show the public that we are working for the pay that you have all agreed to take. We must show the public that they have control, they have information, it is transparent what we are doing. And I'm sure that once these systems are in place and the public understands what it is that we are trying to do, the public will be on board and support the government in taking a different direction in achieving the goals and dreams and aspirations which we all desire, to see an efficient and effective public service. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want the Jamaican people to understand that we are on a journey towards transforming the quality, efficiency, and effectiveness of governance and public service in Jamaica. We have taken a massive step forward with this comprehensive restructuring of our system of public sector compensation. While critically important, compensation, Madam Speaker, is only one element. The government is determined, and we are moving forward with the complementary key element, which is accountability for performance. Madam Speaker, our mission is to ensure that the people of Jamaica enjoys the best public service, the best governance, and have access, Madam Speaker, to the best quality of leadership and governance that any country can have. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, thank you for your presentation. The tabling of these two documents, the ministry paper dealing with job description for ministers of government and the green paper with a job description for members of parliament, is something which you had indicated would be coming, arising out of the furor which resulted from the implementation of the pay increase for ministers and parliamentarians. And we, for our part, are going to participate fulsomely in the discussion on the job description for members of parliament, seeking to further the quest for a transparent and clear description as to what members of parliament are expected to do, whether it be in their parliamentary duties or in their constituency duties, and what they are expected not to do as well. So I think this is an important exercise, and it will be very interesting to see how the draft that is in the green paper evolves through the Joint Select Committee. In terms of the ministry paper, obviously it's just been tabled and I've only had an opportunity to just flip through it. What I would say is that it does seem to contain largely general statements which are uncontroversial and not surprising. I haven't really seen anything that would suggest an embedding of an accountability framework within it for ministers, with some performance metrics that obviously wouldn't be in the ministry paper but would be provided for, that would allow some measurement of performance. I'm not seeing that, but as I said, I haven't read it thoroughly yet. But I think that would be important for it to move beyond just a statement of principles or high-level ideas around what ministers ought to do and ought not to do, and to actually be something which could provide a mechanism for holding ministers accountable for their performance. Prime Minister, you mentioned some things in your presentation which reflect continuity across administrations. For example, the reforms to the Bank of Jamaica to increase its independence, to embed a monetary policy commission and inflation targeting. These are things which were agreed with the IMF initially. They weren't implemented at the time. They were deferred because there were many other things that had to be treated as more critical on the fiscal side, but were carried through with the support of both sides of the aisle and ultimately implemented in relation to the Bank of Jamaica through the amendments, I believe, in 2020. And indeed, the same is true of the Fiscal Commission. That is something that was agreed, that coming out of the EPOC experience, which was a voluntary arrangement, an innovation originated from the idea of there being a permanent institution to succeed from after EPOC had spent, when the IMF program came to an end, because the EPOC program or mechanism was really tied to monitoring the performance of the deliverables under the IMF agreement. That would never be a permanent arrangement, but the idea of there being an independent body to provide that kind of objectivity, assessment, monitoring, and scrutiny was an agreed position and has now been enacted, and indeed the Fiscal Commissioner has been appointed, as I understand it. I'm not sure whether he has taken office yet, but we'll no doubt soon do so. Yes, building out the office. So there, and indeed the idea of a restructuring of public sector compensation was committed to in 2015 with the unions, and has been a while coming, and it's a very difficult exercise, and has now reached an advanced stage. And we had called for it from the announcement in the budget debate in 2012 2, I think it was, we had said, look, the principles of equity must dominate in how that restructuring was implemented. And in our view, that was not achieved because despite the 100 billion of additional resources per annum being spent on public sector compensation, the dissatisfaction with the outcome and the level of angst that it has led to is remarkable. And that is because large swathes of public sector employees, the rank and file, have not done very well out of the restructuring. When you take into account their net, what they're actually taking home, many of them feel worse off, or certainly don't feel that they've got anything near what they feel was justified. And it is in that context that the massive award to the ministers, in particular, and members of parliament, was such a controversial decision taken by the government, including the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister talks about courage in implementing change, but when the heat came from that exercise, he decided, unilaterally it seems, to modify the decision so that prime ministerial pay was taken out of the list of increased salaries. So I don't know whether that was courageous or not, but he has indicated that he hasn't received any retroactive. So apparently it was implemented as he said in relation to him, but not in relation to the other ministers, obviously. So, Madam Speaker, all of this, I think, makes it even more appropriate that the terms of reference that were issued to the consultants and the consultants' report, the Ernst & Young report, the EY report, that informed the entire approach to how the public sector reform was implemented and the decisions were made around how different elements within the public sector were to be awarded when the pie is being sliced up, ought to be released. And the Ministry of Finance's decision not to do so is extremely troubling. The idea that it can't be released because it's a draft really doesn't hold water, because it has been, the reform has been largely implemented already, and the report ought to be made public. The unions had asked for it during the negotiations. They weren't allowed to see it, and I think that was reprehensible. And at this point in time, to be told that
your flow, just on a point of order, that's not correct. With the greatest of respect, the report that's available, the report that is available, the Confederation of Trade Unions has been shared with them, has been shared with other unions as well. This is not a secret document. The headline that appeared in the newspaper, I saw that headline for the first time myself, in that the whatever transpired between the newspaper and the technocrats at the ministry. So this is not a representation of my, so I'm saying two facts. One, the document that's available was shared with the Confederation of Trade Unions and shared with other unions as well. And two, the request that was made was not, usually they don't get through, they escalate, and it escalates and comes up to the minister and they ask, hey, what is happening? This time they chose not to escalate, they just went and printed. And I saw it in the newspaper for the first time, like everybody else. I just wanted to add that to the...
Sounds a bit like the FSC report on the SSL. But Madam Chair, on that issue, the minister said the report that is available. What does he mean by that? What report is he referring to? All I can tell you is that the unions who I discussed the matter with over the months said they had not seen the ENY report. And the minister has chosen those words carefully, no doubt, when he speaks to the report that is available. And that what we're being told is that the report that has been requested is a draft and is not going to be released, and they're relying on some provision in the Access to Information Act to deny access to it to the public. And I think that's a bad thing. It's not transparent. And I urge the minister, who apparently didn't even know that decision was made, which is a surprise to say the least, countermands it and releases the report. So, Madam Speaker, we look forward to the Joint Select Committee. I'm a little perplexed about the approach that's being taken to the Code of Conduct, though. Typically, a Joint Select Committee will be reviewing a document, normally legislation, but not necessarily limited to that. But there will be something that has been generated by government, which is brought to Parliament and is sent to a Joint Select Committee for review. In this instance, based on what the Prime Minister said, it almost seems as if the Joint Select Committee is to be tasked with generating a code itself. You know, the process of how Joint Select Committees typically work doesn't really lend itself to that, but it will be interesting to see how the actual modalities of that Joint Select Committee will be implemented so as to enable it to be an entity that can actually create a code from scratch by reference to examples that exist abroad and so on. But that's not normally how Joint Select Committees work. I would have thought that a code of conduct, a draft, a proposal, a green paper would have been brought to Parliament, which could then be analysed and perhaps amended substantially, but would at least form a basis for discussions rather than seeking to have this Joint Select Committee initiate something itself, which may be difficult. But we will withhold judgment on that, and we look forward to participating in it. And, you know, it should be, as I say, at the end of the day, if we produce a good code and job descriptions that everybody feels are fair and balanced, it will be an improvement on the situation which exists today, where so many people don't really understand what members of Parliament do or are able to do and expect of them things which are really not within their remit, or they don't have the resources or capacity to implement. So having the code will, I think, hopefully improve public understanding of the scope, the possibilities, and the limitations of being an MP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just very quickly, I wanted to just look at two issues, probably some questions, to the Prime Minister on the job description for members of Parliament. I'm looking forward as well to the Joint Select Committee for the discussion of it. I want, though, to say, you know, the Prime Minister has a way of looking at opinions that don't coincide with his as being persons who don't have the country's interests at heart, who working with common sense without intelligence. And I believe that, or fool, I just believe, I believe that when our leaders approach opinions of Jamaicans, patriotic Jamaicans, who have their only interest is a better country, a government that's run on good governance, that drop government badness, a government that doesn't attack individuals who don't agree. I believe when you go down that road that it is bad, it's a bad precedent, very, very bad precedent. And in fact, we have seen throughout all of what has been happening that that is the attempt that the government is making. Madam Speaker, overreach of government in today's world is something that everyone looks out for. It is something that we are sworn when we come here to make sure we prevent. We are also sworn to defend the rights of the Jamaican people. And I wanted to say, without fear or favor, that no matter what badness anyone comes in here with, no matter the words anyone uses inside here, you are not going to get us on this side to stop talking about those things that we believe are wrong. We are going to continue talking on behalf of the Jamaican people. And, Madam Speaker, I could not leave this Parliament without putting it squarely on the table, because we are here, every single member, sent here by the good people of their constituency, who have voted for them, who they meet with from time to time, who they discuss their issues with, and who come here, as you say in here, to advocate and to represent. You might feel uncomfortable when it's done, but I'm going to tell you, get used to it, because it won't change.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members for their enthusiastic participation in the debate. It is very meaningful. Today, no, and it's limited, and I appreciate the limit on that side because of, and I'm saying thank you to the members for it. So Madam Speaker, let me start with my sister and neighbor, the member from St. Andrews Southwest. Madam Speaker, it is apparent that she is also bristling from opinions for which she does not find favor. Absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, in the cut and thrust of debate, we can make our points strenuously, strongly, stridently, but respectfully. So, Madam Speaker, there is nothing that I have said in the debate that was not respectful and with dignity. Madam Speaker, I have to speak the truth as I see it. And Madam Speaker, it may not accord with the opposition. And they are obviously not comfortable with it. But in our parliament, in this body, this is where we must express ourselves. Madam Speaker, I have no fear of the opinions of others. And what you will see from my presentation is that I have been listening. So I pay attention to what you say. I pay attention to what the leader of the opposition says. I pay attention to almost, sometimes I think it's information overload. But it's my duty to absorb as much information as possible so that I understand where the people are. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe that the people of Jamaica want to see accountability in the Parliament. They want to see our Parliament act maturely and take charge of themselves. Madam Speaker, they want a framework for performance. They want to see their members of Parliament representing. And I believe that what we have done today is a step in this journey of improving our Parliament. Madam Speaker, there is a four-dimensional framework with which we can assess our Parliament. Our Parliament must be representative, it must be responsive, it must have oversight, Madam Speaker, and the fourth element, I have it right here with the MPs, is that it must be deliberative. So clearly, this Parliament is not short of deliberations. So my sister, the member from Southwest St. Andrew, was complaining that our deliberations might be too strong, but we deliberate. We don't argue, but we exchange views, we deliberate. Madam Speaker, the Parliament is becoming more representative, certainly in a demographic way. We're having more women in our Parliament, more young people in our Parliament. The Parliament is beginning to reflect the demographic structure of the society. Where we fall short, Madam Speaker, is that the Parliament does not execute its oversight responsibility as much as it should. And that is because our committee systems are not working as effectively as they should. And that is not, Madam Speaker, I know when I open that door, the leader of the opposition will be quick to point out that because we have changed. But I would point out very quickly, that there was a reason, and a strong reason, why the Parliament was structured in that way. In what way? In the way that certain sessional committees were chaired by government members, while others were chaired by opposition members. Prime Minister Golding, in being magnanimous and wanting to usher in a new spirit of parliamentary cooperation, changed that system to allow all sessional committees to be chaired by the opposition. Well, what was the result? Was there any greater oversight? No. The reason why it was structured the way in which it was is that the motivation for oversight is different depending on which side of the aisle you're on. So, for example, the chairmanship of the Economic Committee and Infrastructure Committee, the chairmanship of the Human Resources Committee is quite different from the motivation of the chairmanship of the PAC or the PAAC. So those committees, the PAC and the PAAC, are best chaired by opposition members. But for the enforcement and oversight of the implementation of government policy, you want your MPs who are vested in seeing outcomes and success of government policy, pursuing the government entities. It is, Madam Speaker, it is a false notion to believe that oversight is only given or is only the duty of opposition members. That is not the case. Oversight is the remit and duty of all members of the government, in particular, all those who are classified as being on the backbenches of Parliament. That is the role of your backbench, and all I wanted to do, Madam Speaker, was to empower the backbenches of Parliament to be more effective in conducting oversight of the government. So, Madam Speaker, we are going to get there. We're going to build our new Parliament, which I will come in another couple of weeks to give an update as to where we are with the Parliament. We will have our rooms for conducting our oversight meetings in a much regular way so that we can hold our government to account and get more results out of our government. Madam Speaker, we will get our parliamentary committees to meet. We will get them to conduct the oversight that they should of the various ministries and departments. All the members of Parliament on this side, Madam Speaker, are seized of the new dispensation. They understand that this new salary increase is not for nothing. There must be visible and tangible work that comes with this increase in salary. Madam Speaker, very quickly, the leader of the opposition was very gracious in accepting the ministry papers that were tabled. He pointed out that it would be unusual in practice for the Joint Select Committee not to have something before it. Madam Speaker, the Joint Select Committee will have before it the ministry paper that was developed for ministers, Ministry Paper 19/2002, which is the Code of Conduct for Ministers. So it will have that as a base document. We will also give the Joint Select Committee background documents. In other words, Madam Speaker, we have prepared a Code of Conduct, but we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, that a select group does not direct the Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, because this Code of Conduct is going to be so binding on everyone, we will give them some base and background documents for them to work with, including documents that are already before Parliament. But in this instance, the Joint Select Committee will have to do some work as well. And it is not new ground. There are volumes and volumes of documents and parliaments that already have created codes of conduct, and Madam Speaker, we have the support and assistance of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Group and all other kinds of agencies that can assist. So I expect that the committee will have, as the Leader of the Opposition pointed out, some base documents from which to work, but we do expect them to take some initiative to pull documents in, to pull support in, and to collaborate with other parliaments in determining this code of conduct. Madam Speaker, it is not an unbounded assignment. We are expecting, Madam Speaker, that within 6 months they should be able to report to the Parliament substantial progress on the work to be carried out. Madam Speaker, the job description for ministers is quite comprehensive. And I understand the position of the Leader of the Opposition that he has not had an opportunity to read it. And so his comments are acceptable, that upon first reading it may seem general. But I'm certain that after you've had an opportunity to read it, you will see that it does give a very good framework for understanding the role and functions of ministers. And in effect, by highlighting what is called the key deliverables and key responsibility areas, we have actually created a framework by which ministers can be held to account by the public. So this document is now for public consumption, and the public will be able to read all of these duties and responsibilities and determine for themselves whether or not a minister is fulfilling all these duties. Madam Speaker, this document did not attempt to set our hat where we know we can reach it. This document is very aspirational. And indeed, when the Cabinet was making the determination, there was quite a bit of debate about whether or not we should put all of what we have put in the document. But, Madam Speaker, I think the public will generally be satisfied with the details of the roles and responsibilities of ministers. The document for members of Parliament is still in draft form, and I'm expecting that the members will improve on the document and make it even more aspirational than it is now. So with those comments, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank the members.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the motion to be... It's okay. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice on behalf of the Prime Minister that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved that this Honourable House appoint a select committee comprising the following members. 1. Honourable Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, Chairman. 2. Most Honourable Juliet Holness. 3. Dr. Christopher Tufton. 4. Honourable Floyd Green. 5. Ms. Crystal Lee. 6. Mr. Donovan Williams. 7. Mr. Julian Robinson. 8. Mrs. Natalie Nita Garvey, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Honourable Senate to examine and consider 1. The Ministry Paper number 69/2023, dated June 20, 2023, entitled Job Descriptions of Ministers of Government. 2. Green Paper number 03/2023, dated June 20, 2023, entitled Job Descriptions for Members of Parliament of Jamaica, and 3. Code of Conduct for Parliamentarians. And to recommend a plan of action for the implementation of standards for performance and accountability, and provide report of its findings to this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that there be the suspension of standing orders to enable the House Leader to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the matter having been fully ventilated, I now move for the adoption of the motion.
Members, the question before the House is that the motion be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders, enable me to take the more resolution, notes of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that there's a suspension of the standing orders to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, consistent with the requirements on the law reform zone, the special operations, special security, and community development measures, right? We are again seeking extension for the 7 areas that are currently declared zones of special operations. These zones which are in the communities of Mount Salem, Mount Salem, Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savlamar will expand June 24, 2023. As Speaker, I wish to indicate at the outset that as I indicate to my colleagues that the final work of law reforms on special operation amendment bill will this time be with the drafters very shortly. We have had some delays, unnecessary delays. I'll have it, I think we'll have to do one more 60-day renewal. It's a reflection of the capacity of the legislative work of the team that we have. No, we're going to get through this time. I'm saying it because it has been nobody is comfortable with what's happening. It does not myself personally, the members of the House are going through the same thing routinely, and the Solicitor General agencies who are dealing with this thing each day. It's distracting, but there are some. We are acutely aware of the legislative challenge we sometimes have. So, Madam Speaker, on the advice, acting on the advice of the National Security Council, in accordance with law reforms on special operations, special security, and community development measures Act, in accordance with Section 5 of the Act, which states that the Prime Minister and Council, after considering the joint command made by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives, extend the period referred to in Section 4.3 as the Mount Salem Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savlamar zones of special operations, special security, and community development measures for a further period of 60 days to the 24th of August 2023. Madam Speaker, the work continued in all 3 zones. We have had impact. I think the members are familiar with the outcome. Most of them are in the bill phase. There are some delays in terms of budget, but I know that Jamaica Social Investment Fund is moving to begin the bill phase in pretty much all of the areas that we are now operating in. But work continues all of them with significant success. We have had a couple of, we have had on the margins of 2 of the zones, particularly in Norwood and in Mount Salem, incident of shooting. The outcome in that those incidents no wish reflects a failure of the zones of special operations, but the zones did not seek to eliminate totally all those who are inclined to violence. What came out of that, in the areas where this happened, the police intelligence has got required information on in the videos very quickly, and in fact are tracking those who were perpetrators and we expect to bring those areas under significant control. The overall figures demonstrate there have been significant reduction in all areas, and the work to effect social economic transformation continues. We're doing a number of other things to expand the activity in the other areas are designated, if not as zones, but in terms of social intervention across the critical vulnerable communities. So, Madam Speaker, on the basis of that, we seek for affirmation of the House to extend the 7 zones that are currently in operation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be very short. This is now almost a routine activity. I'm hoping it's the last time we come back for this kind of... yes, with this frequency.
At this frequency.
Right. You know, the minister spoke about some of what has been happening, and he did mention that within the areas of the Zozo, it is impossible to eliminate all the individuals that are prone to violence. I wanted the minister to say, because that's certainly our experience, whenever we have, as we have had during this period, persons being shot, persons being murdered, it tends to dilute and to shake the confidence of members of the community in the capacity of the operation to really keep them safe. And I believe that it is extremely important for us to look at what can be done so that, especially in those areas where we still have those kinds of incursions, what else can be done? What isn't being done that could be done? Again, I also want to say, and I speak, I know I have a general responsibility for to look at everything, but I am the member for Southwest St. Andrew, where the Greenwich Town Zozo falls. And we are paying the minister that in terms of the kind of second chance youth at risk program, especially because the constituency benefited before this from a significant national unattached youth program, which is no more, and which we have not been able to access. I have asked the questions in the Parliament. We have not been able to hear what is the similar would replace it. In constituencies and communities like these, this is an important part of engaging youngsters and luring them away from the influence of the gangs or near gangs and so on. And I must say that I am disappointed, Minister, that we have not been able to do more in the Greenwich Town Division, and in particular in the area that is affected by the Zozo, especially because we still see some of the behavior that I'm sure that by now we would have hoped we would have eliminated. So I want to commend that to you, Minister. One, to see what else we can do, and two, around the education, skills training, certification programs, so that our youngsters can really have hope and can see a change against the background of us talking about the Zozo and what it is supposed to achieve.
1 second. Okay, good. Minister, just wanted to say, I noticed that these new orders expire on the 24th of August. So we are going to have to come back here in the middle of August to further extend them. And, you know, all of this is because the amendments to the Zozo legislation still haven't come. And I mean, this is critical legislation for the national security apparatus of the country. It is a main legislation that is now being operationalized on an ongoing basis. Why aren't the amendments being prioritized? And I would say bring them here before the summer recess, and let us try and expedite those amendments through so that we don't have to return here in the middle of the summer recess just to go through the formality of extending these Zozos for another 60 days. Let's have that legislation brought before that so we can avoid this problem. Thank you.
Minister, there's an understanding that there is the understanding that the resource limitation, what the Zozos really represents ensures that we don't have the Zozos in places that need them, but we just can't afford them at the moment. However, we've long had the discussion about some targeted kinds of interventions. I have been at pains to talk about the same two interventions now for years, and I've had the undertaking from you that we'll address it, but nothing has happened and continues to happen. So, Minister, I'm just simply saying to you, I'm simply saying that there are important other social inventions, right? So, So, Minister, so Minister, I really would, my constituents who have heard me speaking about the Unfinished Music Center and the Brook Valley educational trade, and the Brook Valley, the one in Brook Valley and the one in Unfinished Business in Waterhouse, the center, the music studio, and the Brook Valley Center. We have spoken about that, and I'd love to see that these communities are vulnerable communities. Each of them you know quite well, right? And so I'm just simply repeating again what I've been saying. We really do need the attention, because even as if the Zozo comes when it comes, fine. But before we do that, I think we can do some targeted programs to address some situations that are current and existing.
I share the member from South Central the concern. I mean, if I had, even before today, this week, significant discussion with my team. We have had some loss of staff, etc., but we're going to move on. In fact, I did seek the commitment to try and get it here before the summer. But of course, the day is very, but we're going to get it here early. It is as much of distress to me and almost an embarrassment to me as a minister, having delayed it. I remember I got the corporation of the House, pushed hard and got the amendments done in a timely manner. And, but we get it done so that we can, this particular piece of legislation is the one that has commons across the floor, and that is an effective piece of legislation. We have to extend the funding so we can in fact move into all the areas. And even before we put in the full security operation, begins now the operation. That's what we're now doing with the school support. I think the unofficial is one in 54 schools. We're going to a number of schools in several communities. That's socially zoned, but some outside of the area. And the financial support for that is in place and should begin expenditure pretty soon over the summer. I'm not forgetting your school, the issue of introduction of music, where we use music, sports, and technology in the community. It has proven to be very effective in attracting the youngsters, and therefore, once we get their ear, to provide guidance. The engagement of our young people from the zones is supposed to be ongoing. I think there's been a little gap largely, but HEART has been going through a level of almost repurposing by the minister responsible, the Prime Minister. He's very keen on extending numbers of people who can engage. So I expect very shortly you'll see the results, because that is part of the role of the zones, is to begin to focus the entire program in those areas and provide alternative in terms of training for those young men who are out of school, and to get those who are in that 15 to 18 group in particular back in some kind of organized program outside of, even if they're not yet competent for JNSC. It's something I'm paying particular attention to, and I think in both members who spoke here from Southwest Center and Western St. Andrew, I'm sure that the technical officers involved will be in touch with you as to what's happening. JSF in particular is still working in your area, and there are a number of things to be done, and I expect that the need to engage, as I said, those young unattached youths is a critical part of the program and will be fully activated. It's not in the same original format, but getting them into formal training and organized. We're doing both in the public sector. The private sector is doing some work, which is very good, and in fact relates to the same kind of activity, and we tend to expand that. But So that's where we'll be going. So we expect to keep the zones active in the areas that I have identified, and therefore seek the House support once again. And as I said, I hope to ensure that as the amendments come, when we have the debates, there'll be more to discuss in a meaningful way. And I'm looking at the statistics really over a 6-month to a year period. We can see how effective the program is being executed, and therefore the need to expand, change direction, or work again in getting that particular program going or keeping it on track as it should. It is the kind of program that can make a big difference once we can scale it to the level that we would like, which means reaching across more of the 100 challenged communities that have been identified by the Planning Institute. Once we get into enough of those communities on an ongoing basis, I'm confident we can begin to not only reduce the level of violence, but in fact really significantly, but to really get that downward trend and to return our communities to normal civilized behavior. Madam Speaker, I thank the members of the House and seek their support to continue the zones of special operation in the 7 identified areas.
Members, the question before the House is that the resolutions, 7 that were brought by the Minister, be now approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The resolutions have been approved. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business for the day. I therefore invite you to adjourn the House for a date to be fixed.
The question before the House is that we do adjourn for a date to be fixed. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.